Hello, good morning. Uh, Let me say hello to you at the second day of the conference, International Conference, Memory of the Communist Past. We are from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology at the Social Academy, at the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Sorry, Social Slovak. Slovak Academy of Sciences in Bratislava, Slovakia. This is the second day of the conference already. Thank you for staying with us and being with us for today's program. The aim of the conference is bring together experts from the area of social sciences and humanities who focus on the research, mainly qualitative research of the communist past in Central and Eastern Europe. Today we will begin with the opening lecture, and I will give floor to my colleague, Ľubica Volanska from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. I would like to introduce, and it's a great honor to us as well as pleasure, to welcome our keynote lecturer, Professor Michal Bukowski from the Department of Anthropology and Ethnology at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, as well as Chair of Comparative Central European Studies of the European University Viadrina in Frankfurt. Professor Bukowski's research focuses mainly on anthropology of post-socialist societies, migration, multiculturalism, and xenophobia. And he also concentrates on anthropological debates on the construction of the other. And his today's lecture will touch exactly this topic of post-socialist others on shifting politicized social categories. The floor is yours, Michal.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor and pleasure. And well, my topic, which I suggest, is maybe a bit related to the topic of your conference, and I hope you will find some ideas that you can use in your studies, because it's definitely not about memory itself, but memory is involved in the issues that I will discuss. And I have prepared a PowerPoint, so now I would like to introduce it. Do you see it? Do you see
Matve, môžem odpovedať?
Yes, please.
Yes, we see.
Okay. I wasn't sure. So, okay. So the topic is post-socialist others on shifting politicized social categories. And the whole idea of this is that, well, in the studies on the past on post-socialism, many scholars, including anthropologists, focus mostly on economics, political, and also symbolic issues, but this was mostly about nationalism and so and now also, as you are example of it, the whole conference, memory, and so on. And I think that one of the categories that is present or even omnipresent in all these considerations, often ignored by economic anthropologists, social anthropologists, is the category of the other or alien or of the other people in general. Yeah, so I would like to consider some of them, using some of these discussions, using the example of Poland, which is of course just one of the cases, but some analogies can be also drawn in other Central and Eastern European societies. So my main goals are twofold. Yeah, first is how categories of social groups are invented. This is a kind of a theoretical question. And then more, let's say, referring to what's going on the ground, is how certain categories of them or others, and I will explain the difference, have been evolving in the post-socialist transition in Poland? Well, there is a question, yeah. What is the purpose of having the others? Yeah, and of course, there is a enormous literature on the topic, and I just will pick up what I need to my presentation. But the point is that this category is politicized. Yeah, this is why the title, that there are some political, legal, symbolic aspects and cultural notions that people use to classify themselves and others into us and them. And this is a tool for exclusion or inclusion. Yeah. So the other, the tightest formula of the other is that these are the people that, and I cite, quote, Anna Triandafilidou, represent what the group is not. Yeah, this is the tightest formula. And this is an ongoing process. This is a constant process, and it goes at several different levels. But the point is that, well, people do refer to this, to something what is present in the collective consciousness in a historical memory, yeah, on the one hand. And then it also have to react, or the invention of these categories have to react to the contemporary social issues and social problems and contemporary current politics, yeah. And then there is, on the market, so to say, there are several concepts. There are several notions, labels used for the description of the other people, for people from whom we want to differentiate and with whom we want to identify. And then there is the question, which of these concepts have the capacity to haunt collective images and become categories commonly used to the description of the social reality out there, yeah? And then the question is, so who is in power to establish certain categories as valid, as used, as managed to grasp, yeah, this reality in the eyes of the people? And this is, I don't know, we can refer to Bourdieu and many others, but these are usually groups that have this symbolic capital, who are more effective in forging classificatory order. This is so, well, rich, educated, and those in power are more effective in this task, in fulfilling this goal. This is a kind of a commonly accepted knowledge, although there are some other cases. So this intellectual containment, this is the term which Michael Kearney used, and I like reading Michael Kearney very much, late Michael Kearney, that, well, we classify or reclassify people into categories, and these categories are presented as really existing out there, yeah? The society is there, out there, and this society can be divided into different categories. Let's say, I don't know, workers, peasants, intellectuals, or intelligentsia, yeah, and so on and so forth. And we know that the reality from our own experience that this is not so. Yeah, these are categories that we immediately apply to the site, and we take them as real. Yeah, that this invention is translated into reality, or finds its it can be found out there. What's the goal of this intellectual containment? It's objectification of groups that of subjects, of people, into categories that are meant to stand for them. Yeah, that well, we are convinced in a sense, thanks to the invention of these categories, that they really do exist there. Yeah, there are workers, peasants, and or farmers, and so on and so forth. Independent. Yeah, okay. And this is an issue which historically is related to cultural hegemony. Yeah, so this was the capacity to establish these categories, to contain intellectually social reality, is the question. It's the old question of cultural hegemony or hegemony. Who has the power to have it? Yeah, and this is the issue which I talked about just a minute ago, that these are usually those people who have bigger symbolic capital and access to power. And there is a question, what's the relationship between these categories and society or the social reality out there? I use this in inverted commas. Yeah. So, well, here I would, let's say that I share somehow the position of Pierre Bourdieu, which is called structuralist constructivism. Yeah. On the one hand, certain groups and people have a power to invent these categories, but these categories are usually not, we don't invent them out of the blue. They have to be either present already in the social imaginary, that, well, people have this image, oh, workers are people, this and that, and then you can reuse this notion of worker, for instance, or working class and so on. But on the other hand, these categories have to have some reference to this social reality. Yeah, that there is a kind of a dialectical process between our categories that we use and these social reality. And then there is the question, yeah, which is not mentioned here on the screen, is the question, yeah, where from these categories should be taken, and how we should use them as, for instance, as anthropologists. Yeah, and I think that we should go further than Bourdieu in his considerations about the theoretical issue. Theoretical, but it translates into practice. Yeah, that, well, we should, as anthropologists, be very sensitive to the categories that people themselves use, not only categories that are invented in political sciences or in social policy, in statistics, and also in sociology. But we listen to the categories that people use themselves. Yeah, so this refers to, let's say, to the concept of this humanistic coefficient. Yeah, that categories that we use are in social sciences, in the humanities, or already somebody else's categories. And we should be very careful about these others categories. And now there is something that I have worked for, I draw it for probably 3 or 4 hours. Don't be frightened. I will explain. Yes, so these considerations, and I said that there are different categories of us and them and different concepts. And I draw it. Why other people can draw it and anthropologists cannot draw such pictures? Yes, that this general us and them, that can be flexible. It is contingent upon events, contingent upon context, situation, a historical moment, and so on. But this category, yeah, in structuralist sense, so to say, can be divided into, yeah, that the society or the image of the world can be divided into these identities can be into us and them. But these us and them, there are different kinds of us and different kinds of them. Yeah, and I said, well, there are others, ordinary others. Yeah, there are other people, and we know that they are, and they are not significant for, we just know it, but they are not significant for, are not used for the political reasons. Let's say they are not just, they are just others, and we, well, they don't bother us. We are, I don't know, Slovaks, and they are Czechs, and well, okay. But then there are also significant others. Also, the notion used in the already in the 1990s, yeah, that well, those people who are seen as potentially endangering us, yeah, and these significant others are already enemies. Yeah, they can be enemies within, and they can be enemies, our neighbors. Yeah, let's say, I don't know, Poles and Germans historically. Yeah, that these are significant others. And then I not invent, but I use also the notion of aliens, and I will explain why these aliens are there in contemporary current context. And then us, but there are true us, and these can be two categories of these true us, cosmopolitans, modern, educated us, especially in the post 1989 context, and then backward, and these there is this internal others. Yeah, there is a kind of hostility and animosity between these groups, and they contest for power, and they contest also for symbolic power, and so on. So these internal others are very much are the conflicts within the societies can be seen in this perspective. Yeah, that who is us, who is true us, and who is us but not fully us, a member of a national community, and so on. And then there are these, I don't know whether you see it, but these green lines, they simply are there, that, well, the attitude towards these significant others, or especially aliens in recent years, helps also to define these internal others. Yeah, who is for these aliens and who is against, also helps us to define people, whether they are true people or not true people. Yeah, okay. And now to the, let's say, empirical part of it, more empirical, I mean. Yeah, and this is an old story that you all know. I will just, go through it. Yeah, that before 1989, the divisions in the global, even in the Cold War, were quite simple. Yeah, this was a division of good West and bad East. That was also shared by many people within the East. Yeah, so this was a kind of this cultural hegemony of the West on us, on Eastern Europeans. Yeah, that, well, which system is better, which society is better, which people are better or not. So Western Hemisphere versus Eastern Hemisphere, and then also conceptualize all this obvious concept, Homo Sovieticus versus Homo Westernicus. And we know what is good and what is bad. And then 1989 happened. And the main idea, which I wrote about it, so this is not a question whether I wrote about it or not, was that these attributes that were associated with Homo Sovieticus have somehow trickled down. I mean, they were from geographic division morphed into social distinctions. So from geographic space to social space. And Homo Sovieticus was no longer just east of the Elbe River, but it was within the society. And internal divisions started to be conceptualized, in a sense, by the elites, those who have the power to establish some categories, has been used for the internal social divisions. And this was new others within the society were created, local Homo Sovieticus, let's say, opposed to homo neoliberalis. Yeah, who is the winner and who is able to adapt and who is unable to adapt. And I can give a story about it and so on if you have questions, but I can't spend more time because I want to use some. Yeah. But then after, first decade, let's say, um, at least in the Polish case, after first decades or 10, 15 years, let's say EU accession was a turning point, that this category of Homo Sovieticus somehow exploited its power, and it was no longer used for the description of the society. And this was a new category that was more culturalist, let's say, referring to some cultural features has been invented. And it was mohair berets in the Polish case. And you have a picture of some mohair berets. What were these mohair berets? There is in Poland there is a Radio Maria and a certain priest, Father Rydzyk, and he has a media conglomerate de facto now, and a school of media, and he a very conservative, anti-European, now in a sense collaborating with the rightist government. And people who support or followers of Radio Maria, listeners to Radio Maria and TV, Trwam, as it is called, and so on, were described by new elites, post-transformational, transformational elites as mohair berets. Yeah, why? Because these many of these ladies, especially, were wearing berets knitted from mohair, and there were, they were ridiculed in many ways. These people, yeah, but they became, in cultural terms, established new others. There is a whole, let's say, folklore about mohair berets, and I can also only show a tip of the iceberg of this folklore. There is even a cabaret mohair berets that can be seen on very often on TV screens. So, in a sense, in place of Homo Sovieticus, mohair berets were invented. But then, after some times, mohair berets, they were, of course, these people who used it were criticized and so on. But I would say younger people started to use generational distinction, and they invent the notion of Janusze and Grażyny, names, or Billys and Suses were. And internet, as I show it, there are hundreds of, if not thousands of memes about the people who were distinguished according to some cultural criteria and lifestyle, let's say. Yeah. What you can read is Grażyna, it's the name, where in Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt I can find Wiener Schnitzel. Yeah. So cultural distancing, sorry, not this direction. And then, well, another one which is just exemplifies what I want to say. Yeah, that these are a picture of Grażyna. Above this was Janusz, and this is Grażyna. But then these people were described as, well, those who were born in the communist time and still living with us, who would like to, instead of having fancy drinks, have straight vodka and sausage and Wiener Schnitzel, and then so, yeah, in a sense, for young generation, our parents. Yeah? But then there was also a new category, next category, which is a derivative of this one, let's say the daughters and sons of Grażyna and Janusze, that is Seba and Karina. Yeah, that, well, young people who grew up in the transformation period, and they are presented, but they are, in a sense, presented by these self-appointed elites, new rich or new middle class, as, I don't know, primitive, backward, the kind of representing a kitschy lifestyle and kitschy taste. Yeah, and this is a summary of it. You can see that, well, there are grandparents, there are Janusz and Grażyna, their children Karina and Seba, and then their grandchildren Jessica and Brian. These are special names. Well, okay. What is this? They are discredited and marginalized by this self-appointed elites. This is an example of classes, yeah, that you need to have these categories in order to self-gratulate yourself and to ascribe. These are not people like me, yeah, they are not us, not fully us, and etc. But then, all the time, of course, there was resistance of the neglected people, yeah, and this resistance was seen in the strike, road blockages, and so on. But it has not the power to prevail, yeah. And well, popularity of some parties, I know that this is a complex term, but let's say populist parties, support for some populist parties was there, but they have not managed to prevail, yeah. And I can name some, can indicate some names and so on, and reasons why they haven't managed to prevail. I think that this was this impetus of the neoliberal reforms and so on, but let's leave it now. But then there was, they symbolically neglected and despised. They, of course, were not happy about it. And then there were some political forces and speakers of these people. And this group of people, arbitrarily defined, yeah, invented, yeah, because this is a very fluent or very flexible social reality. But yeah, these people were started to be conscious of themselves. And in 2015, there was a reversal of the hierarchy. Yeah, the populist parties, and I think it's not only the Polish case, but yeah, gain power, and they redefined the social reality, and they found, and this was a historical maybe coincidence, they invented external others, aliens, yeah, the refugee crisis helped the populists to gain popularity. And then they said, well, that we are the people, we are the salt of this soil, and these neoliberals, let's say, and all these successful people and those cosmopolitans, former elites, are the others. And this is, you remember these green lines, that, well, the attitude towards the aliens or significant others, but especially aliens, which were not present here, Muslim refugees who never arrived to this region, or this northern part here of this region, yeah, they were helped to define these cosmopolitans, that they are open to the others and so on. And then there is a question of the newest one. This, let's say, political usage of the category of the other now has been extended, at least in the Polish case, to the LGBT, yeah, and the other groups like this, in the name of the defense of tradition, of true us, of our Christian heritage. And now we are back to this. Yeah, now I hope you see that these aliens are Muslim refugees, and that the definition of who is us and who is them, who is true us, and who is not fully us, this is the game which goes on, and this is the category game that influences the current policy and influences the individuals' lives. Yeah, I mean, you don't nobody wants to be, let's say, at this moment, a Muslim refugee in some places, or LGBT, recognizes LGBT in a local community. Of course, it's not. It's simple. And then there is one question which I want to address at the very end. Well, how these categories? What's our role? What's our significance in inventing these categories? It's interesting that Homo Sovieticus, which was a literal category invented by Zinoviev in the 1970s or 80s, at the break of the 70s and 80s, to describe the psychological features of the Soviet man and woman, that it managed to make it into the social sciences, and it was commonly used by sociologists. I can name many people who use it and so on. And then why these categories like mohair, barrettes, and so on have not made it into the scholarly considerations? We just describe them, but we don't use them in our considerations. Okay, I think that my time is up, and thank you for listening. And I think that the floor is open.
Thank you, Professor Bukowski, for your really interesting and inspiring speech. And we were thinking and discussing with Sonia how many parallels we see in the current development also in Slovakia, or let's say in the last 20 years. And we are wondering whether we have a question, but we do have many questions. So maybe we could start with our questions until somebody can think about more of them.
We just want to remind all of you who are watching with us that you can use the Slido platform to pose your question.
And I would like to ask, I was wondering in your classification, where is the place of the positive other? Like is within the ordinary other, or somebody we appreciate, because we saw a lot of negative characteristics, and I was missing this particular part of somebody we look upon.
I think that the picture was complicated enough. And I haven't, let's say that this ordinary other is that the attitudes toward the ordinary other can be neutral and also sympathetic. Let's say that, there are opinion polls about taken regularly once a year, which nationalities you like or dislike, and there is this list of sympathy and antipathy, and so at the top are usually, in the Polish case, are usually Italians. Czechs and Slovaks are okay.
Thank you.
But, so and some people are valued positively, and of course this is very individual. But these are these sociological data that show that people who have never met a Muslim in their life, they dislike Muslims, and that's the power of wielding social imaginary, yeah, that around you through media and influence on the media and so on. So sympathy and antipathy. So the category of positive others are within the ordinary others. And I can, yeah, thank you for this. I can develop this.
When you spend 2 hours drafting this graph, so maybe you will spend another
10
one
minutes more will.
to make the classification more complicated. I don't know if Sonia I have some more, but let's switch then.
Thank you. I have a question. How are these categories in Poland related to the regional differences?
Well, I am not sure about the regional differences. Yeah, only indirectly. Yeah, that the support for, because it's usually the whole complex of ideas that people do share that decides about their political preferences. And we have experienced a series of elections, presidential and parliamentary and local elections. And then the map of those who do support conservative, as it is described in political sciences, conservative, traditionalist, de facto anti-European party, is that they mostly live in the southeastern Poland, on the border with Slovakia, and eastern Poland. Let's say, I don't know how to go, northeastern Poland, not fully, but okay, eastern Poland and partly central Poland. And then western part supports more, let's say, liberal parties and liberal candidates. Yeah. So I don't know. I am in central western Poland. This is Poznań. Actually, is considered a stronghold of liberal views and so on. So in that sense, yeah, they are mostly in this region, southeastern Poland and eastern Poland. Mm-hmm. Then there is a question of, I would say, attitudes. Yeah, it depends on this. The data show that the support for the conservative parties are among less educated, economically disadvantaged, and especially in some southeastern rural communities. There are communities in which peace, law and justice, Kaczynski's party got more than 95% support. Mm. Yeah. So I would say it's rather a class distinctions and whether you live in the countryside or in cities. This makes difference, but also this regional one.
If I might add, but the labels themselves, are they in their meaning intertwined with the regional aspect? I will give you an example from Slovak context. There is this label which is very much used in the last year in Slovakia. When people from Bratislava, it is also class-related, mainly intellectuals, Bratislavian intelligentsia, are called people from Bratislavská kaviareň, so people from cafes in Bratislava. So it is like, it is related to urban and rural, it is also class-related, it is also related to like social classes in the meaning of certain working sector, I would say. So is this the same in case of Janusz and I don't remember
Grażyna.
Yes. Is this the same? Are there also is there also regional aspect to this or urban rural aspect to this?
No, I would say it was rather to this Homo Sovieticus. Yeah, the rural communities were more Homo Sovieticus, and they were complaining about the political reforms in the 1990s because free market in agriculture was quite harsh, and so on. But this is rather a class related. Yeah, you can find Janusz and Grażyna everywhere in big cities too. Yeah. And so it's not that these rural communities are, maybe they are rather imagined as by definition Janusz and Grażyny, yeah. And these younger generations, there you can find many pictures of this younger generation in they are small towns. This Seba and Karina, from small towns and so on. But they are already, modern people, but kitschy. Yeah, and this is in that sense, and they can live everywhere in the suburbs and in the certain certain quarters of the city, but also in small towns. Small towns are commonly associated with Sebas and Karinas. Once a year they go for the holidays, maybe not in the pandemics, but
Not to Egypt in that case.
not to Egypt.
And we have a question from Monika Vrzgla, but I would like to skip that for this moment because I have a question that is related to what you just said, and that's about the labeling and self-labeling. Like for Bratislavská kaviareň, for the intellectuals of Bratislava, they kind of internalized the label. And I was wondering whether this happens also in the labels you mentioned.
Okay. First, there is the trick of this labeling is, and the power of those who manage to do it, usually also political power, is that people, these subjects, they somehow confirm it and they accept this label. Yeah, and this was to a certain extent with us, let's say, our societies in the communist past, that we are Easterners and to a certain extent Homo Sovieticus, and the reapplication of Homo Sovieticus to certain social classes, social groups, not classes. This was a new categorization. It was not. Covered the whole. I would say 70% of the society or 80% of the society. So it's a counterpoint to the middle class. Equally, people self-identify. A barber is middle class, and a banker is a middle class too. But in this case, moherowe berety, these mohair berets. This was accepted by these people. Yes, they claimed we are mohair berets, but we are right. We are on the right side of the history, and you ridicule us. But yes, we value this mohair berets, and this is us. And you are alien. You are cosmopolitan. You are not from here. You are not a true Pole.
Yeah, similarly.
But Janusz and Grażyna is more ambiguous.
Okay.
It's more negative, maybe connotation than also. And now, can we go to the question from Monika Vrzglova? She's asking, how could you explain from the memory issue perspective the current development in Poland, Slovakia and Hungary, etc.? The creation of the new others is based on the anti-EU movement, on the supporters of the conservative Catholic ideas, people of the Mohair Berets movements and so on. So what's the reason now? That's a complicated question.
Well, I think that there are two major reasons, I think, and nothing else. The first one is that, these people were somehow, they were in the first periods, in first 2 decades, let's say, symbolically despised. And nobody wants to be despised, and described. You do not fit into this society. You cannot catch up with the history and so on. By the people who were neoliberal and very pro-European, yeah, and Europeanization, we have to catch up with Europe and so on, was the magical formula used by neoliberals to classify people into those able to adapt and unable to adapt. And then they rebelled in a sense. They found their political mouthpieces, yeah, these conservative parties, and also described as populist parties. And they, in contrast to this, they said, well, we don't need Europe. We have our own tradition. And this is a Rizek, this Father Rizek of Radio Maria, yeah, and so on, story that he used or told, has been telling all the time. Yeah, that Europe is mockery, that Europe is rotten, that it doesn't have these values. This is same-sex. These are same-sex marriages, LGBT. Look how these people look like. They don't have mohair berets, but colored hair. Yeah, and the things like this. So, on the one hand, this was somehow in this narrative that that somehow facilitated the use of this anti-European story, yeah. And on the other hand, this was you had to. I mean, politically, it has to be politicized, yeah. So, for let's say political or cynical political purposes, you will use this in order to gain support of those people, yeah. And then that maybe I was not clear enough, but my major story was that, well, you see these categories, they shift and so on. They refer to some reservoir of images that people have in their heads and that can be taken out of this reservoir of this treasury of national stereotypes, yeah, people have and about Muslims and others and so on, cosmopolitans and so on, and use in a given context, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When the refugee crisis stopped, yeah, new others had to be invented, and new others, internal others, are LGBT. It's crystal clear for me, and the church also, takes part in this battle. I mean, it's actively takes part in this battle because they say, "Wow, Christian marriage is a marriage of man and woman, and that's it." Yeah.
If I might add to this, I would like to get back to the label or category of mohair.
Berets.
Berets. Yes, I wanted to say mothers. Mohair berets. What I found interesting is that in the early 90s, actually, there was same kind of category here in Slovakia, and it was, loosely translated, grandma Democrats, babky demokratky. So it was usually elderly ladies who were voting for Mečiar, which was traditionalistic, populistic politic in the early 90s, as you surely know. So I want to ask, what I find interesting is the gender in this case, that in both cases it is actually elderly ladies, even though I'm sure there were a lot of elderly men at the time who would fit in the same kind of category of the people. So do you find this significant that it was ladies, and to what kind of imagery in the national way of thinking was disconnected? Why it was women in particular, and elderly women?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because I haven't thought about it in these terms. But yeah, with the case of mohair berets, in the case of mohair berets, it's a story that, in the masses organized by these priests and so on and so on, the prevailingly there were these elderly women who wear these mohair berets, and mostly women wear these mohair berets. This would be the very superfluous answer to this question. That statistically, let's say, these were these ladies. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I don't think it's that there is an intention and so on. But maybe this is a coincidence. But I don't want to invent a story. I don't find a clear answer to it. It's definitely worth consideration.
Yeah, I was also thinking that it was the same in case of Grandma Democrats, that it drew upon the picture of an elderly woman who
in a beret, actually.
Actually, as well, who went to these demonstrations, and they were very passionately devoted to these politicians and their ideas. But at the same time, I think it played with the imagery of elderly woman and the stereotypes which are connected to this social group. So, yeah.
But also
Anyway.
covered with a kind of building a better future for the next generations. So this was actually the idea that legitimized their efforts, a kind of. Well,
time is up, actually.
Yes.
So if you want to wrap it up.
Thank you very much. So it was this was a shift to more to the current situation, and the question is, what will we do with the whole development? We as anthropologists, I mean, or ethnologists, how to grasp that? And we were just discussing with Sonia that Bratislavská kaviareň is a great topic for research, actually, and nobody was dedicating his or her time to this topic till now. So thank you also
far
for
away.
Thank you for inspiration.
Exactly. So thank you, Professor Bukowski, for being with us, and also sharing with us your new ideas. As far as I hope that you will develop them further, and we can read a text then when in the future.
Yeah. And hopefully in person next time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Naum Tranuski. I'm a PhD candidate at the Graduate School for Social Research at the Polish Academy of Sciences, and today I will present a paper on the cultural memory of the Skopje earthquake of 1963, which is also part of the grant received by the National Science Center of Poland. Without further ado, I will start reading my paper. So according to the initial and incomplete reports of the Macedonian Republican Headquarters for Natural Disasters, the Skopje earthquake have entirely destroyed 39 objects of public interest, approximately 2,000 home units, while 2,000 persons were reported as injured and 500 dead. Besides the ruination of a third of Skopje's urban fabric, the earthquake destroyed more than 31 cultural and historical monuments. The financially insecure and politically non-aligned Yugoslav government has immediately issued a call for a help and a long-lasting assistance in the reconstruction of its third largest city and southernmost federal capital. As a result, more than 80 states provided support to the torn city of Skopje, a number which varies due to the fact that several state dissolutions happened in the meantime. The role of the UN as an agent of systematizing the various state efforts to help the city of Skopje appeared to be crucial for the fate of the city. In less than a month, the UN went from an initial phase of an urgent discussion on supporting post-earthquake Skopje in late September 1963 to passing unanimously a resolution for supporting the Yugoslav government in the post-earthquake reconstruction of Skopje. Moreover, 14th of October, the day when this resolution entered into force, would be declared to be a day for Skopje and Yugoslavia. So the first post-earthquake decade is to be mapped as one of the in the tripartite model I will present today. So parallelly to the urban reconstruction, the authorities will soon recognize the need to narrate the international support which the city of Skopje received after the earthquake. On a central level, as noted by the researcher Ines Tolic, it will be Tito who exploited, quote, the political power of a symbol he himself created that guaranteed Skopje a future, unquote. End of the quote. This approach also resonated with the Yugoslav foreign policy in the 1960s, namely the non-alignment movement, with Yugoslavia as one of its initiators, which was also officially established in 1961 in Belgrade. However, it would be the local authorities in Skopje which pushed for an additional recognition of the post-earthquake urban reconstruction. The first anniversary of the Skopje earthquake, 26th of July 1964, served as a suitable opportunity for these projects. The activities planned for the first commemoration of the earthquake carved out the commemorative rituology of the Skopje earthquake in the first post-earthquake decade. So on one hand, the commemorative activities on 26th of July 1964 commenced with an official visit to the monument dedicated to the casualties of the 1963 Skopje earthquake, also known as the Alley of the Victims of the Earthquake, located at the city cemetery, and which was followed by a ceremonial meeting of the Skopje City Council dedicated to the victims of the earthquake. On the other hand, the set of activities following the visit to the city cemetery and the ceremonial city council were designed to praise another symbolic monument of 26th of July 1963, namely the reconstruction of the city of Skopje itself. Picking up the vivid usage of the keyword of solidarity in the immediate aftermath of the earthquake, the Macedonian media, as well as the highest political authorities, referred to Skopje as a monument of solidarity over July 1964, elevating a set of cultural and sportive events as means for celebrating this new monumental depiction of the city. In other words, the notion of solidarity in the course of the mid-1960s bridged the commemorative dichotomy of honoring the victims on one hand, while on the other hand provided a platform for celebrating the rapid urban growth, the international support in the wake of the earthquake, and the Yugoslav federal project in toto. The 1973 Earth commemoration is yet another important benchmark in the mnemo history of Skopje earthquake. Halfway through the completion of the urban reconstruction, the city authorities started exploring ways to further export the City of Solidarity brand. The Yugoslav federal initiative to establish 26th of July as a day of solidarity is one of these projects. So the second point are the 1980s and 1990s, which I define as the turning point in this mnemo history. So two events marked Macedonian 1980s and the mnemonic discourse over the Skopje earthquake. Firstly, the so-called Solidarity Meetings, a Skopje-based sportive and cultural international festival honoring the international support given to Skopje, even so commencing as an ambitious project with a single tendency for establishing a long-lasting tradition, ceased to exist in such a format after its 9th edition in 1973. The Solidarity Meetings, however, paved the way for a series of events and translated into a set of events and festivals, such as, for instance, the 20th Chess Olympiad, an event which was clearly hinted to be delegated to Skopje and Yugoslavia because of the management of the post-earthquake reconstruction. It's important to be mentioned here that besides the ongoing Skopje-based fencing tournament named Solidarity and the unfrequently organized Festival of Solidarity in the Skopje municipality of Kisela Voda, the other events would omit the Solidarity tag in their titles in the course of the next years. Secondly, the media discourse in the early 1980s shifted back to the local topics related to the earthquake and the post-earthquake reconstruction, after the attempt to broaden in a spatial scope the solidarity discourse of the 1970s. In brief, the prevailing media stories in the 1980s related to the annual commemorations of the Skopje earthquake were focused on the final phases of the urban reconstruction, the recipients of the City Council's annual awards titled 26th July, and the micro-histories of the catastrophic event. The key juncture in the commemorative landscape of the earthquake came after the Yugoslav demise and the formation of Republic of Macedonia in 1991. The novel state, even so successful in encircling the Yugoslav wars in the early 1990s, faced a series of domestic and regional contestations which sidetracked the mnemonic agenda of the late Yugoslav socialism, but without changing its scope and discursive contents. The City of Solidarity brand, for instance, almost completely disappeared from the media discourse on the earthquake and its anniversaries during the 1990s. As an illustration, one can look at the cover pages of the newspaper Večer, which was actually a news agency, one of the key stakeholders in the mnemonic engagement over Skopje's 1963 during Yugoslav Macedonia. Moreover, the first democratic change of the Macedonian government occurred in 1998, bringing the rightist VMRO DPMNE party in power. So if the late 1980s and the early 1990s showcased a certain attenuation of the commemorative model over Skopje's earthquake established in the first post-earthquake decade, then the first DPMNE rule from 1998 to 2002 was marked with the first attempt to break this legacy, and this initiative would materialize in the course of the second rule of the party from 2006 to 2017. Illustrative here is the removal of Tito's letters from the Museum of the City of Skopje, as mentioned in the extended abstract. What happened after 2000? The building inter-ethnic cleavages in post-Yugoslav Macedonia culminated in a 9-month armed conflict between the Macedonian forces and the ethnic Albanian radicals from January to November 2001. The insurgence was settled with the Ohrid Framework Agreement, a peace treaty which contributed to the institutionalization of the state's multicultural reality. This turmoil set the tone for the 40th anniversary of the Skopje earthquake, which eventually led to a qualitatively new discursive interpretation of the earthquake, the post-earthquake urban reconstruction, as well as their significance for contemporary Skopje and North Macedonia. As one in the series of mnemonic events, Skopje City Council awarded 8 locals for the special engagement in the post-earthquake reconstruction. Among them, the former city mayor and the directors of the most relevant institutions for the post-earthquake urban reconstruction, all of them holding office in the mid-60s. At the awarding ceremony, the city mayor Penov stated that, quote, what we are currently working in the city is just a drop in the ocean regarding what these, namely the awarded people, did, end of the quote. This statement, coming from the highest local position, can be read as an attempt to deconstruct the ideological mythomany and re-legitimize the significance of the post-earthquake reconstruction in the novel post-socialist constellation. But Liberal Democratic Party's Mayor Penov added another discursive layer to the post-earthquake reconstruction, which would eventually again, appear to be the next point of political contention in the coming years. Namely, in an interview for Nova Macedonia, Penov restated the fact that Skopje had an unprecedented rapid build-out after the earthquake. Yet, quote, it was a bad momentum for the city to be hit by the catastrophe in the period when a tendency for modernist objects was dominating the world architecture, when the old practically had no value and maybe the neglecting of the old architecture went too harsh. Thus, in the initial post-socialist political contestations over the earthquake, legacies were focused on Tito's strongman leadership, Yugoslav involvement in Skopje's reconstruction, and the lack of national agency, with Belgrade as a metonym of the Yugoslav central power and Tito's letters as an epitome of the struggle. Then the public debate from the early 2000s had the questioning of the very modernist urban solutions as a discursive highlight. In this context, post-earthquake reconstruction of Skopje also got reimagined as an ideological project, detached from the local core and instructed from the political center in Belgrade. This development is also visible on institutional level, with the first Depomane government aimed to intervene in the already established post-war cultural institutions, such as the case of the Museum of the City of Skopje. Here comes the Skopje 2014 project. It was announced with a great pomp on 4th of February 2010 as a short video on the public broadcaster. However, even so, the project envisioned to vest the capital city with European identity. Its divisive potentials were immediately recognized by the domestic and foreign observers. As an illustration of the apologetic discourse, one of the few publicly known authors of the project, Žarko Čauševski, argued that the project is an attempt of a national attachment to the global exasperation from modernism, while the political initiators of the project stressed in several occasions that the aesthetic arrangement of Skopje 2014 referred to the vernacular pre-1963 architectural style. This tendency was also recognized in the scholarly literature. Skopje 2014 contributed the most to the largest discursive repositioning over the earthquake legacy in its post-earthquake period. On one hand, it was the Depomane government which picked up the revisionist discourse and started promoting the international solidarity of the 1960s as an ideological derogation and a reluctant heritage. On the other hand, it would be a set of formal and informal actors which stepped in and aimed at preserving various aspects of the post-earthquake reconstruction of Skopje. Here, I mapped the neglected museal institutions such as the Museum of the City of Skopje and the Museum of Contemporary Arts, neglected of course, in inverted commas, which strove to rethink the legacy of the post-earthquake reconstruction. The set of museal events from the late 2000s and the early 2010s, a period overlapping with the announcement of Skopje 2014, is crucial for understanding this tendency. The period after 2013, local elections in Skopje brought two additional events which further reshaped the public debate on the earthquake's legacies. The I Love Goethe initiative, active from June 2013, as well as the Colorful Revolution from April 2016. The first initiative opted to integrate all the struggle against the Skopje 2014 project, constructing a trans-ethnic front against the political usurpation of public space, while the Colorful Revolution's clear scapegoating and color bombing of Skopje 2014's objects manifested the resentment to the elite's corruption. Thus, if the first initiative helped articulating the public claims for commons and established a communicative platform for future civic activism, then the second one signaled the citizens' definite reproach to the project. Herein, one can claim that these two events set the tone of both the bottom-up engagement and memory work in the field, and more importantly, articulated a discourse which would be eventually picked up by the new local government in Skopje. As for the first point, the initiative striving for the reinstallation of Tito's letter can be mentioned. The second point can be marked with several political promises from the local elections campaign in 2017, such as the reinstallation of the letters by the Social Democrat Petr Shilegov, who would eventually win the race and manage to put back the sentence on the museum of the city of Skopje. Finally, in the course of 2018 and 2019, Shilegov renamed several city streets with references to the Skopje earthquake and introduced a so-called solidarity tour, a memory walk in the center of Skopje with an accent on the most important sites related to the earthquake and the post-earthquake reconstruction. However, the infamous Skopje 2014 project remained largely intact. Even so, both the local and the central government promised to relocate certain objects prior to the elections and return the city of Skopje to its, quote, true values of solidarity. That would be it from my side, and I'm awaiting feedback and your questions and comments. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Ivica Štelmachovich-Bumova. The subject of my presentation is a partial return to urban anthropology, where the goal of my study is to compare memories and perception of important milestones 1968 and 1989 by different generations. Till now, only a part of the research was done due to the restrictions imposed by the COVID, and data was collected from one generation only. Field research was executed in a small wine town near Bratislava. Until 1946, the place has a mixture of Slovaks, German, and Hungarians. The research was focused on the representatives of majority from different social and professional groups. Ethnic origin of many was in most cases mixed. They mentioned German, Czech, or Hungarian ancestors, and in one case, even Jewish lineage of father. By accident, the group consists of 6 women narrators, where the majority was born at the end or during the Second World War. Research method used was biography narrative combined with oral history and structured ethnographic interview. The goal of this research phase was to learn how the subject do reconstruct their memories of socialism through biographic narrative. The research was executed on purpose during the summer 2018, where a lot of memorial events took place at the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Warsaw Pact invasion in the Czechoslovakia country. The narrators devote a lot of space to the period of childhood and growing up. 4 of them were born before the end of World War, and some of them remember German soldiers living in their house. Most of them perceived the end of the war rather intensively. They described their fear during the town liberation, and at every occasion then emphasized their thanks for the town liberation by the Red Army. This is also the reason why other memories of the 21st August 1968, which were related to the Warsaw Pact invasion into Czechoslovakia, for them Russian armies, evoke embarrassment in most narrators, and they show disappointment. Some of them mentioned the events from the 21st August spontaneously in connection with the liberation in 1945. But most of them described the invasion only after being asked. None of them took part in the protests. In the 60s, they had small children. Some of the narrators mentioned fear and shopping panic. They were connected to securing food, supplies, and protection of your young families, but also to the events from the Second World War. According to one of the narrators. Because I say, I remember enough from the other war. I was 6 years old when it ended. And I was very scared, very. Mostly about the children, how to feed them, what food do we have in reserve. If I had been in a village, then terrible time, terrible. Experience from August 1968 was usually replaced with a description of social, cultural, and political relaxation which took place during the 60s. The narrators concentrated on the description of the situation before and after. They all mentioned possibility to travel abroad, in particular into capitalist countries, which was prohibited at the beginning of the 60s. Their narratives would focus on the loss of such possibilities. Seems that their experiences with the passing front line and liberation of Slovakia, which they described as terrible, and further life experience with after the war rations, reflected in their assessment of the 60s as subsequent normalization. The period of the 60s was a period of living standards increase. The generation they belonged to was the only one which easily acquired flats in panel apartment houses, the development of which started in that period. They arranged modern households. They took advantage of social and financial support provided by the government targeted at young families and mothers with children. For example, nurseries, play schools, young couple loans, and mortgages. They were self-sufficient. They could afford to buy a new car, for example. So this period of their life is perceived high positive. As one of the narrator put it, concerning the goods, I marvel where the people lived with the say that there weren't oranges. The truth is that when, for instance, I decided to buy oranges, say on the 20th of August 1972, then there weren't oranges in the shops, but I adapted and bought oranges when they were available. They always were available during Christmas and Saint Nicholas Day. It was always possible to buy them at that period of the year. However, corruption and nepotism at different offices or local authorities, grey economy and lack of goods was considered as a part of the life of the society. Part of their living strategies was the social and professional capital that was fully utilized to fulfill their needs. In other words, nepotism and its usage was mentioned without any hesitation or embarrassment in all narratives. There is another example of the witness. I was known as a nurse and I said, "We need furniture for living room, tell me when." And the shop assistant replied when they would get the new goods. For everything there were queue lines. The subject of employment and working life formed a significant part of the narratives. It was emphasized as one of the essential values, achievements, or security in the life of narrators during communistic era. Personal and individual professional development and at the same time on creativity during establishment of new institutions and procedures since the 60s were the values that were highlighted. Equally, they put their enthusiasm and active working involvement for their professional into focus. Even though part of the narrators lost their job during the normalization due to their disagreement with the Warsaw packed invasion in the Czechoslovakia country. The loss was not considered as negatively as their loss of job after 1989. But I was 30. Man is more brave at that age, mentioned one. The year 1989 was another disconcentrated milestone in their narratives. They did not participate in the demonstration during this period. They were approaching retirement age. Some of them lost their jobs and their social status. Then they emphasize uncertainty, disillusion, and concerns from the new situation. Some of them were forced to work till very old age. Low pension was mentioned by all narrators. Low recognition of their contribution to the society after 1989 is perceived as injustice. This may be one of the reasons of the nostalgic reminiscence of the octogenarian on socialism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for both of our presenters. Now we will initiate the discussion. Let me introduce the two panelists. The first one is Naum Trajanovský. He is a PhD candidate in sociology at the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences, and a researcher at the Faculty of Philosophy in Skopje. Then we have Ivica Štelmachovič-Bumová, our colleague. She's an ethnologist and historian. She's actually participating in the project which is organizing this whole event, Current Images of Socialism. So this research was conducted as a part of this project. And she currently lectures Jewish Studies at the Department of Comparative Religions, Faculty of Arts, Comenius University. Welcome, both of you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. First, I will give floor actually to my colleague Lubica, who has the kickoff question.
Yes, still our other colleagues and participants of the conference might think about another question. I take the advantage of sitting here, and maybe it was interesting to see how special events in the history can be commemorated in different ways. So this is a kind of common thing you two presentations have in common. And my question would be, the first one would be to Naum. And correct me if I'm wrong, I hope I understood it in the right way, but I understood that the highlighting of the local heroes, the 8 people or persons that were awarded, was actually opposed to the solidarity label or the solidarity label of the Skopje city. Like, we are not going to base the whole identity of the city on the solidarity idea, but on the idea of locals being the local heroes and the most important part of the renovation of the city of Skopje. Did I understand it right?
Can I jump in? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sure. Or we're gathering a few questions.
No, we can just...
Well, yes, it's a good point, actually, and it just illustrates how ambivalent the process of commemorating the earthquake. Can you hear me?
Right? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
It just shows how ambivalent the process of commemorating the earthquake in the post-2000s is in Skopje, actually. And this is in the paper I'm developing it more, but this period before the announcement of the Skopje 2014 project is actually formative in the way of how the earthquake will be afterwards politicized and repoliticized by the Macedonian public. But it's a very good and fair point, because, as I said again, it shows that the process is particularly ambivalent. On one hand, you have the highlight of the local heroes. Heroes, here are conditional, because those were practically high-profile politicians, directors who were actually pushing the process of the reconstruction the most. But also it shows some sort of, in the given debate, it shows some sort of, stress to the, kind of stressing the solidarity notion again. Because before that, just before this ceremony, practically the 90s are the period in which the solidarity tag is being erased from the media discourse in particular, but also in general from the public debate as such. So it just shows on one hand how the solidarity is being reimagined within the Macedonian public, but also it shows the focus on kind of the local, as you mentioned, practically abandoning this older, in a way, solidarity discourse and kind of investing into a new solidarity, in a way, discourse, as simple as that. So yeah, I hope
build
it
more
was clear.
Build more on a national way, like the state way or state level then. Okay, thank you. That's really interesting development, and looking forward to your text then.
I have a question for Ivica, because you've said in your presentation, and it is also in the abstract, that the commemorations or the evaluation of the socialist era was mainly positive in your interviews, or in the way that your partners in the research, your informants, were evaluating this era. So I want to say whether I want to ask whether they touched the sort of concept of or dualism between oppressors and oppressed, because in my research this category of being oppressed during socialism and victims of socialism and the ones who were victimizers, that was quite important. These categories were quite important in the way they were talking about socialism. So I'm wondering whether this was somehow included in these overall positive evaluations of socialism, or was it not present there at all?
Yes, thank you for your question. I have participant from majority, and I go out from my Jewish studies, so I have really different participations. So I was really surprised their narratives and their very positive evaluation of socialism. And I thinking about it, and my hypothesis is, and I presented it because this community, this generation,
Founded.
Sorry, thank you. They founded their family in the beginning of 60s, and they have every modern positive of this era. They have new flats, they have new furniture, they have very good jobs. They were nezávislí.
Independent.
Independent.
Sorry, English.
No problem.
From their parents, from everything. So I think so that these economical possibilities was the one of factor of their positive
Evaluation.
evaluation of this era.
And may I just
No, one note, but the second hypothesis is that this region was rich, and this region is still very rich because this region or this time is on the west of Slovakia. This is a vineyard region. And for example, my family comes from region of Orava, and this region was poorer. And the evaluation of socialism was no so positive. This evaluation of this region was negative. So I think so that the economical possibilities of between regions differences between regions was very important.
Significant. So there might be significant regional differences.
Yes,
You mean?
yes, maybe perhaps.
If we might add one more question to Naum, but we have to answer very briefly because sadly we are in quite a delay. As I understand, you draw your research mainly on media analysis and political discourse analysis. So do you plan to include interviews as well? And I would be interested whether you would want to include the way these events are represented in the families in the research as well.
Oh yes, just briefly. Well, yes, practically it's part of a wider research project I'm conducting myself, but there are some ideas to kind of widen even more the research scope in Skopje, including the memories of the local, let's say, witnesses of the event. Of course, it's a bigger endeavor, if I may. So this is something which we are developing at the moment. So yes, I hope there will be the communicative memory also included to this kind of discourse, as it's actually crucial to understand what's the differences, what's the actually dialectics between the, if I may, the cultural and the communicative memory in this regards. As for the family memories, it's a very interesting point. Well, we haven't practically thought about it yet. We know that the discourse, which also includes the family memory in this kind of dichotomy of communicative and cultural memory, it's crucial practically also in terms of Skopje's in the developments which I was presenting. So yes, as part of this communicative discourse, probably yes. But yes, as somehow there is a room for sure for developing this.
Yeah, I think it would be very interesting. You have very interesting case which speaks about a lot of various aspects. So I think it would be, we would very much like to read that.
Right? To see also the EGO documents and the results.
Yeah. So sadly, I have to cut this short because we ran out of time. Thank you very much, both of you. Now we will take a break till 11:25, and we will come back with the panel 7. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak here about my research, which was introduced in the CF 2019 conference. From this time, many things changed. 2 articles were published, one of them in English, in the Journal of Ethnology, in Czech Národopisná Revue. This study deals with ways how people in the era of late socialism defended presence of dance parties as opportunities which they reflect as natural part of their life and their identity. But in this paper, let me to introduce wider context of rural life with focus on the principles of creating a space for covering continuity of communal life in the late socialism. My research was proceeded in the southeastern part of the Czech Republic. Microhistoric attitude offered deep insight to narrowly defined research area, a small rural town and 2 little agricultural villages. I used wide range of sources, oral history interviews, archive sources, ethnographic field research notes made in the late socialist era, and also local press. In selected locations, I focused on several phenomena based on communal life, youth organizations, sports teams, winemakers association, but phenomenon covering multiple levels of my research are previously mentioned dance parties. In late socialism, it was necessary to participate on the official structures, to be member of the organizations of the National Front, an institution which covered all political and public life and where the Communist Party had a ruling position. It was also necessary to do formal acts as participate on the events based on ideology like First May Parade. But it was also necessary to deal with issues related to inefficiency of centrally planned economy. In my research, I focus on the ways how to cover community interests and also try to reflect perspective of rural people which can differ from our recent perspective. By our recent perspective, rural areas are often connected with higher support of the communist regime. This is usually explained as a result of high economic support of the countryside from the end of the 50s. This politics was based on tendency to improve ineffective collectivist agriculture, which wasn't able to cover supplying the cities with food. Mainly in the 70s, many culture houses, shops or schools were built and the public infrastructure of the countryside significantly improved. Many of the investments were based on the brigades of local people called Action Z, in Czech zvelebování, which can be translated as improvement. Local identity was for rural people more important than communist ideology, and many of them reflected these activities as improvement of their life as building the socialism. Therefore, it's very simplistic to say that people in the countryside supported communist regime more than people in the cities. If we reflect the continuity of rural life, we can argue that people in the countryside were suspicious to any state power, which was reflected as threat for their life. The normative imaginations are present in the rural area from the era of serfdom, didn't change it by over-bureaucratic Austro-Hungarian government, hardly changed during the short era of First Czechoslovak Republic, nor by the Nazi occupation. State power can bring improvements to countryside, but also can negatively affect rural life, such as during the collectivization of agriculture. The same perspective should be applied also on the support of the countryside during the late socialist era, as intervention which can improve rural life, but not as reason for the absolute loyalty to the communist government, especially if only few really believed communist ideology in the era of late socialism. Alienation from ideology is thus present in the Jurčák perspective of using ideological language in a performative way to shape reality for own interests. This theory is necessary to rethink critically, but also in the Czech countryside, people acted performative activities to cover their interests. For example, young members of the community of village Rokitna, as members of the Socialist Youth Organization, made resolution condemning a military coup in Chile and military aggression of the Israel and sent it to the Communist Party Central Committee because they needed to show activity to earn support for building community cultural house, to organize rock dance parties and secure the public life in the village. Activities as organizing of dance parties weren't possible to do if the community didn't have enough sources. Strong social capital helped the active members of the community to earn material sources which were often unable to legally obtain. For example, they were able to earn building material to the construction of new culture house built by Action Z, or by beer keg to the dance party from the friendly pub keeper, even if community had enough sources. But perceived threat, they tended to be more active to cover their way of life. Local sources was that element which often raised living standard in the countryside, and ineffective centralized state created space to widespread of the great economy and informal supplying networks based on the social ties traditionally strong in the countryside. Memoirs of outwitting the system are after all part of the nostalgic memoirs after socialism. People in the countryside talk about better life, better organization of communal life and collaboration. If they say that communist times were better, they often talk about ability to locally cover better life opposite to the recent situation when they feel depopulation, individualism and culture of consumption leads to alienation and disintegration of the local community. Nostalgia of socialism is after all more nostalgia after traditional rural life as idealized and romanticized form of living. Organizers of public life in the post-socialist countryside in Czechoslovakia were able to improve their life due to strong social ties, ability to overcome issues with ineffectivity of state economy, and ability to adapt to directions of public life, organizing and shape them for their interests. People were able to obtain a relatively high life standard, which lead to illusion that they live seemingly successful lives. But I will like to not succumb to this illusion. People suffered outages of supply and they had to do activities as writing resolutions about Latin America dictatorships to organize dance parties. Mainly in the 80s, people well knew that living standard in the West is higher and they longed for Western goods. But they wanted to live dignified lives and many of them were able to adapt on culture or actual conditions to cover it. Especially if they and their community had enough sources and active members. On the other side, many communities, especially in the peripheric countryside, probably didn't have multiple sources to cover this continuity. It's necessary to rethink everyday life in the wider perspective, overcoming strictly selected periods shaped by so-called big history, and also in the local context. Without the reflections of the continuities, we should not be understand also post-socialist transformation. Our new project, realized by the Institute of Pedagogical Sciences of the Faculty of Arts at the Masaryk University, efforts to contribute to the discussion of post-socialist transformation. It's focused on everyday life of the teachers who experience changes after 1989, such as innovations of teaching and life of the school, local situation and its influence to the reflection of transformation will also reflected in our project. So we will also take account to the changes of the countryside. So thank you very much for listening and I will be pleased to hear your feedback and questions.
Hello, my name is Saskia Weise-Pötschke and I'm currently working as a research associate at the Freie Universität Berlin. My topic for this presentation is Visitor Books and Memory, Evaluating the Bautzner Straße Dresden Memorial Site Significance for Former Stasi Prisoners' Individual Memory. I would like to introduce to you my project in which I analyze the visitor books of a Stasi memorial site in my hometown Dresden. The city is located in the east of Germany and is the capital of the federal state Saxony. My interest in visitor books arose while working as an official tour guide in the Stasi Museum Berlin-Lichtenberg. When I have to wait for visitor groups, I enjoy reading comments in the visitor books, and I discovered that some of these statements are very thoughtful and also very thought-provoking. But while the Stasi Museum in Berlin is probably the most popular Stasi memorial site, since it used to be the Stasi headquarters and has gathered around 30 visitor books since 1990, I wanted to analyze visitor books of a smaller institution. Dresden-Bautzner Straße is a memorial site that deals with the so-called Aufarbeitung, which I would say is to reconcile oneself with the past and to identify responsibilities. But it is also translated as reappraisal. So it deals with the reappraisal of the former Ministry for State Security's history, and it documents a characteristic part of the German Democratic Republic of which a lot of people suffered. The building hosted the district administration as well as a remand center. Following the occupation by civil rights activists on 5th of December in 1989, the building saw its first public tour in a reunited Germany in 1994. Since then, thousands of people from all over Germany and all over the world have visited the Stasi's former building complex for political prisoners, Bautzner Straße, Dresden. This does, however, not tell much about the historical site's meaning to the visitors. To gain an impression of the visitors' spontaneous reaction and thought, I systematically examined and categorized the memorial site's visitor books. This is a fairly creative approach to the study of memorial sites, which previous visitor research rarely considered. Nearly every museum or memorial site has visitor books and thereby offers an open communication space for visitors to write something down. To write something in such a book is voluntary and it usually happens right after the visit. You can address someone or refer to something, you can leave a signature, but you can also leave the museum without writing something down. For methodical considerations, it is advantageous that comments in visitor books are not shaped by any interest of a researcher and are not influenced by the relationship between interviewer and respondent, as it is the case in surveys. This is what Sharon MacDonald underlines in her methodical considerations about visiting visitor books in a paper of 2015. So by reading these comments, we can gain authentic access to the visitor's mind. Their representativeness is limited by low entry rates and missing socio-demographic information. But visitor books offer a high concentration and intensity of reactions and emotions. This is why it is worth to have a further look. I analyzed 5 visitor books of the memorial site in a time period from 2008 to January 2020. I found 91 entries of former Stasi prisoners, including 12 comments by their relatives. In these comments, I identified more socio-demographic information than in other comments. 72.5% of the statements indicated the author's gender. These were 15 female, 40 male, and 11 couples or families who wrote a comment in these visitor books. And 2/3 of comments contain information about the time and/or period of arrest. This seems to be a piece of especially important information for the comments authors in order to let potential readers know their time of suffering in that remand center. In 14 of 84 comments, the authors mentioned the number and/or interior of their cell, which they kept in mind all these years. Summing it up, I would like to give you the three main findings of the comments analysis, which you can also read as statements in the poster. I tried to translate some of the visitor book's comments too, so that you can get an impression of how they appear. I will also read the original comment in German for those of you who can understand it and can get an impression of the used language. My first finding is that former prisoners paraphrase their prison term. They use metaphors like being there as a guest, to have lived in the cell, or to have been accommodated, to create a verbal distance to their experience. The quotation marks used in the entries signal the irony and cynicism underlying their statements. For example, today, after 56 years, we met again in the so-called foxhole, where we have been as a guest. We were able to identify ourselves after a while. Heute, nach 56 Jahren, haben wir den Fuchsbau wiedergesehen, wo wir einige Wochen zu Gast waren. Wir konnten auch nach und nach unsere Zellen identifizieren. A short addition, Foxhole was the Stasi's nickname for the demand center. A comment that especially points out the irony and cynicism is, nice that you can decide the duration of your stay now on your own. Former inmate 1980. Schön, dass man die Dauer des Aufenthalts jetzt selbst bestimmen kann. Ehemaliger 1980. Furthermore, I found out that returning to the place of ordeal is, in the comments of former Stasi prisoners, described as an inner fight. On site, the relief of being a free person outweighed the struggle before visiting. This conclusion emphasizes the memorial site's duty to be a place of personal re-encounter. The following comment reveals the inner fight as well as the feeling of relief after the visit. Second attempt to enter this place. Did it. Palpitation of the heart, memories. I'm glad I made it. Scum this Stasi. Zweiter Versuch, dieses hier zu betreten. Geschafft. Herzklopfen, Erinnerungen. Jetzt bin ich froh, dass ich es geschafft habe. Abschaum, diese Stasi. And last but not least, I examined the effect of the visit to the memorial site for relatives. The comments by relatives and descendants underline the significance for the family memory. Through visiting the memorial site and being confronted at the historical place, relatives and descendants take part in a generational experience which affect them intensively. This is what this man wrote. My brother Bernd was detained here. I can feel with him. So much pain, terrible time after that. Thank you. Mein Bruder Bernd war hier inhaftiert. Ich kann so vieles nachfühlen, so viel Leid, schlimme Zeit danach. Danke. I hope you can see that it is really interesting to read and analyze these comments. Some of them impressed me, some moved me. All in all, I think that despite the limited representativeness of visitor books, it is worth taking a closer look. The systematic analysis of visitor books can offer new approaches for visitor research. I especially see potentials in gaining access to the range of reactions of memorial sites visits by combining different methodical approaches, and also to adjust or to modulate the educational proposals or intentions of memorial sites in general. If you have questions, anything to add, or if you are interested in my literature and sources, please do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy that I can present to you the part of my research. And today's presentation is named Imagining the Other Side of the Iron Curtain, Then and Now. And it will be preliminary outcomes of recent oral history research on memories of life during socialism conducted in Eastern Slovakia. For 40 years, the Iron Curtain had been a symbol of divided Europe between Soviet and Western influence. Powers on each side of the borders invested huge efforts into creating ideologically motivated images of the other. The problem of social stereotypes became very popular in Western science during the Cold War. For some time in 1960s, it was dominated by Uri Bronfenbrenner's mirror image hypothesis, which held that although the two superpowers had fundamentally different ideologies, members of both blocs perceived themselves in a similarly positive way. And the members of the other bloc were perceived in a similarly negative way. How people remember imagining the West while they were living in socialist Czechoslovakia and what are their perception today is the central topic of my presentation. It was my first month in primary school when the Velvet Revolution took place, and I remember vividly the excitement in the society and welcoming the changes, picturing the future in bright colors. I remember frequent proclamations that from then on we would all live the Western type life, meaning abundance of material wealth and personal freedom. However, on the other hand, I also recall that there were certain worries, picturing the coming days with a sort of Oliver Twist type images of capitalism, where the application of utilitarian, economic, and materials doctrines would make humans extremely unequal and relationship mechanized and emotionally deprived. To me personally, the image of opening the borders symbolizing the free movement of people and ideas remains the most impressive moment of those times. 30 years later, I welcomed an invitation to participate in an oral history project led by Monika Vrskulova. Her research team is focusing on collecting the memories of life during socialism in Slovakia. The project has been running since 2017, and the research team has been collecting and analyzing current images of socialism as communicated today by the generation of witnesses who were living their adult lives during the period spanning between 1960s and 1980s. The next step is understanding the relationships between the current attitudes and values of the respondents and their experience of life in state socialist regimes. Today, I'm going to present you a segment of research focusing on the topic of how people in Eastern Slovakia remember their pre-1989 perceptions of the Western Bloc and how they think of the life in the West today. I conducted the field work between May and November 2018. This consisted of recording 20 interviews with 10 participants, all born before 1950s. That means that they were already adult persons in the period researched. There were 7 females and 3 male participants in my research group, and both urban and rural population was involved. The education level of my participants varied from the completed elementary school up to the completed university education. Regarding their professional affiliation, there were people working in agriculture and building industry, factory workers, teachers, nurses, doctors, people working in administration, as well as professional party employees. Each participant was interviewed twice. At the first meeting, it was the witness themselves who were completely controlling the narrative. It was up to them to frame their life story, and I let them speak of whatever they deem important to communicate about their life during socialism. The second interview was more focused on particular topics that appeared as important in the life of witnesses from their first narration. In this second interview, I always added several questions, aiming for detecting how people used to feel about the fact that they were living in the divided universe. I wanted to know how they perceived the reality of the closed borders and limited contacts and exchanges with the sphere behind the Iron Curtain. I tried to find out what their image of life in this other part of the world was in general. Majority of the interviewees did not spontaneously address the topic of the other side of the Iron Curtain when thinking of their lives during socialism. Only a few references to the perceptions of the West as they had them before 1989 were present in the narratives among a limited number of my witnesses. It was those who had some personal experience with the West, such as travel or work. Therefore, it was very hard to detect any social stereotypes related to imagining the other in this particular sense. What was central to all respondents' biographical narratives were the memories of their work and professional lives. This might be outcome of the fact that nowadays there are pensioners, and work-related memories bring back remembering the more active days filled in with a more dynamic social life. There were a number of statements recorded from all respondents indicating their pride in the high-quality outputs of their work. These were ranging from factory workers and people employed in agriculture, describing their production back then as more valuable than products of today, up to nurses and medical doctors comparing two different systems of healthcare organization, and teachers commenting on different approaches to education in two regimes. Overall, memories of social coherence in a sense of alignment and harmonious order in a network of relationship among individuals who share common interests and objectives were often articulated. Comforts of socialist modernity and memories of happy times were the most frequently communicated images of the socialist past. But I also have to mention that there were some negative references, of course, when they were remembering their lives in socialism. And the recurring images in this sense were limited to the limited public religious life, fear from the network of informers who could mess up with lives of ordinary people, and closed borders. It was myself in the role of the interviewer who had to bring up the messages of life and the images of life in West as a topic of the discussion. The narrators would usually refer to some closer or more distant family members who emigrated to the West and that they acquired the image of the West only through their experience. Two of the interviewees have themselves traveled to the countries beyond the Iron Curtain. Some of the respondents also admitted that they had considered emigrating at some stage of their life, but finally decided to stay at home as this ultimately looked like a more reasonable option at that moment. The images I encountered most frequently was that of availability of exquisite goods in the Western shops and personal freedom of inhabitants of these countries. However, certain limitations were applied when assessing these as some ultimate advantages. For example, one of my respondents was recalling the situation of her cousin who emigrated in 1968 with her husband to Austria. She told me, citation, "Well, they could do whatever they wanted, but you know, my cousin was a nurse. She could not do this job there. Such a lady from Prague she was. And in Vienna, all she could do was clearing other people's homes." End of citation. Some respondents related also to their professional contexts. A nurse and a doctor, or former nurse and a former doctor, recall how they learned about the private health insurance schemes functioning in the West and how they could not really understand the logic behind this system and how they deemed them unfair and impossible to work well for all. There was also a certain spanning through the periods visible during my interviews, although I asked my respondents if they had any contacts, relatives or friends living in the West in the period between 1960s and 1980s, they would often refer to members of their families who emigrated already in the interwar period, always for economic reasons, to find a job and earn a salary. These stories were usually accompanied by images of hardship, extremely exhausting and dangerous work, divided families, and complaints about unfair life that they had in the emigration, usually in the United States, as well as very hard times their abandoned families who stayed at home had to undergo. I have observed that at this point, my respondents often switched in their narration to articulate their opinions on the present day situation. Thinking of the life in the West today, they immediately produce the images of economic emigration and the population of homeland due to finding work abroad. And it is very similar to how they recall their family histories and lives of their grandfathers who left homes in order to earn living for their families. So to sum up my findings, my respondents do not recall much interest in the West during socialism. They do not have much interest in the West today either. They articulate their opinions mainly in relation to fear that many people need to abandon their homes and go live and work in the West, as they do not have any access to decent means of living in Slovakia. This image of generally undesirable, almost sort of forced emigration has been deeply embedded in the collective memory and historical consciousness of people living in Slovakia. And it is related to poverty, fight for a better life, but also abandoning of the family, refuge, and thus constituting a sort of a negative image of the West in general. In the next step of the research, regional disparities and generational differences will need to be focused on in order to further granulate the outcomes of research and to confirm the correlation between the results of my preliminary analysis with factors such as age and corresponding social status of my respondents, and the fact that Eastern Slovakia currently belongs to the regions most affected by the work-related emigration to the West. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello back again. Thank you very much for all three presentations that showed us the glimpse on how differently we can look at the three different topics related to the socialist past. And I would like to present our presenters, Otto Polocek, who is a colleague of us from the Faculty of Arts, Charles University, from the Department of European Ethnology. And
University.
oh, I have wrong information here. So I apologize. And he focuses mainly on the 20th century transformations in the countryside. And what your future research has common with Saskia's is also the concentration on the transformation of educational systems. So maybe you could have a talk then later on about teachers and their identity. And our next presenter was Saskia Weise-Pötschke from the Research Associate at the Freie Universität Berlin. Where she also continues with the project analyzing personal continuities in the GDR's education system after 1945. What I found really interesting that you, as a museums guide, have found this topic that fascinated you, obviously, and you decided to dedicate your time and effort to read the books and made a research topic for you. And then last but not least, Slavka Očenášová, who is an associate professor at the Department of History at the Šafarík University in Košice, currently working at the European Research Council Executive Agency, where she supports the coordination of frontier research grants. But obviously, she can't refuse to join us as the member of our research project team, and she's also a part of the project, as she mentioned, Current Images of Socialism. So once more, thank you very much. And I would like to remind our participants that there is the possibility to use the Slido for posting your questions, as well as the Facebook page. And as well, if you as panelists have some questions for your other colleagues, please feel free to interrupt us and ask immediately. So there's such a possibility. Of course, we don't use so often, so please do that. And maybe when there is no questions on the Slido yet, I would like to start maybe with a question to Saskia. I found it really fascinating, and as I was dealing with autobiographical research and reading autobiographies of seniors trying to compare Bratislava and Vienna, and I was dealing exactly with the same thing, and with the addressees. That means that you say that there is no concrete addressee, or not a concrete person who would be the addressee of the short notes. And what is the intention, in your opinion, about of the authors of these short notes? Because they have you always, even if you write an autobiography, there is always an imaginative addressee somewhere behind, or you are thinking about your, I don't know, grandchildren, for example. Who are the addressees of these short notes, in your opinion?
Thank you very much for the question. I think the intention sometimes is to refer to something in the exhibition or in the memory site or in the museum. But often I think it's just the intention to write something down, to get kind of rid of it, to write your emotions down so that you kind of feel free after that, so that you've written it down and now you're ready to leave or something. I think this is kind of what I think was the most often intention.
Have there been some particular cases when there actually was a person who this writer was addressing it to? Was there some specific case?
Yeah, for example, when authors of the comments write something to other comments. For example, someone wrote down that we're again live in a dictatorship in Germany. So others made some comments to that, what bullshit it is or something like that. So they kind of refer to each other, which I found very interesting, but it was not very often the case. So these were only some refer to each other, but very interesting.
And maybe just a continuation to this question, I was thinking about the examples you mentioned, the irony that was behind. And
Yes.
it is probably connected also with the fact that this is not probably the first time they formulate these narratives. They probably already expressed themselves. And do you think this irony is a kind of coping with the hard reality they experience in this particular place? So they just use irony to somehow cope with the situation and with the memories, or probably not very positive memories they have.
Yeah, it appears to me that is this exactly what it is, like to create distance to the past and to kind of cope with it because they experience such terrible things there. So I think it's also very it hurts them to think about it again. So I think this irony is kind of to make clear this is the past, and today I feel much better.
And is there any chance you will get to them to make an interview then, or is there a plan for you to continue in this research in this way?
My plan was actually to just to have a look how visitor books can be used as a methodical approach. But as I said, the representativeness is very limited, and it is very difficult also to compare social demographic groups, for example, because often they do not leave any hint about their gender, about their name, about their no addresses at all. So there's no chance to interview these persons. So this was just to have a look at the methodical approach. And then I found out that these former prisoners are a huge group. of comments. And so I took a deeper look on these comments.
Thank you.
I have a question for Otto Polocek. I know this research a little because you have presented it partly or something in connection to this at our institute a couple of months ago, if I'm correct. And I liked it already at that time. So,
Thank you.
but I have a question. The core of your argument is, as I understood it, that well, you gave us an example of constructing this community house as a means of maintaining feeling of community, and
Yes.
this is connected to the existence of community as such and preserving the existence of community as such. So I want to ask you, do you have some other examples of these kind of strategies from the field? Can you give us another examples?
Another examples, my research was mainly microhistoric, so I don't have many examples from from different villages, but the sources there is possible to see similar strategies, like the people were had effort to build culture house, and they perceived it as part of their community life to afford to cover continuity of their community, not as in that ideological way. But of course, we can't generalize it. But also, yes, I have example from my other research village. This is a much better, bigger village, and its maybe example is about sports teams, because in the 50s here it was prohibited to maintain the Sokol sports team and also the scouts organization, the youth scouts organization, and the people who were organized in that two two communities they created a sports team focused on water sports as part of the Czechoslovak Sports Association. It was the only way to maintain the activity, and this activity is also really strongly connected with community, because it's part of identity, because they were really successful, and also they organized public life. So it can be another example of a similar way, which I presented in my dissertation thesis, and it's separate case study in dissertation thesis, which will also be published now. So yes, I think we can find similar examples like that culture house buildings.
And were there also some religious religion-related activities which would serve the same purpose?
It was really hard to maintain religious activities in the socialism, of course, but another village, Petrovice, where I conducted my research, is called like more religious, and also people did that activities, but it had to be more hidden, like activities of socialist of associations, because of course it was I think, yes, we can find similar examples, but it was much harder and maybe tolerated in the more religious parts. For example, in South Moravia, where the religion is traditionally more important than like in the Czech part of Czech lands. But it was also more hidden, more in the gray economy, more in the informal social ties than in that formal ways. But on the also in the local context was depended if it was tolerated or not. And I think in the small traditional villages in somewhere it was more tolerated than, for example, in the cities, but also it had to be hidden, not like building of the culture house by socialists or associations. Is this different example also very interesting and for another research project, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's interesting when we follow how different niches like are built and how the people cope with the whole regime and try to live their lives not being too much limited or influenced by the regime. So it's fascinating how persistent we can be as social groups or as people. Maybe I would have a question for Slavka. Do we have some questions on Slido now? Maybe we could check.
I will tell you.
Thank you.
Can go on. Yes, we do.
Okay, so I give the advantage to Martin, who is asking.
And I think this is actually for Slavka. Or is it? Why was the research in Eastern Slovakia only focused on individuals who did not have any conception of the West? How did you choose your respondents? Do you think that people who dreamed of West during socialism would have different perspective on the current economic and social situation?
Thank you, Martin. So this is a very good question. In fact, I was not aiming for people who don't have any conceptions of the West, and also my respondents actually did have the knowledge of the West. They even had it in the socialist past, because some of them, as I mentioned, were even thinking of emigrating, but then they decided not to. Some of them traveled, one of them worked, some of them went to visit their relative who was in the emigration because this person was very well connected, so could get an allowance to go. So they actually, it's not that they did not have any information. The thing is how they present it today. Today, they recall is something which was not important and is also not important today for them. And I was very much surprised by this, because I know, and this needs a little bit further research, but I had some respondents where I know also their children and their grandchildren very well. And I know that this was a topic of talk in their family. The topic was to emigrate. I wouldn't say that they were neglecting the West or image of West, but today they recall it as something absolutely not important, or even with this, with this image of emigration, which they still, I would say, carry some sort of these Marxist narratives about the evil emigration to the past, and they somehow copy it to the present day context. And therefore, I think what would be also interesting to be checked or to be researched further is to see how these regional disparities can have impact on this, because these people developed to this stage of thinking based also on the current situation. So it's their current situation. They are pensioners. They're fearing that their grandchildren will emigrate, will go live abroad, and they will not see them. That's very, very normal feeling. And then also in Eastern Slovakia, there is really like the highest proportion of emigration for work-related reasons. So I think this might be the two reasons why we can sort of say that these people forgot, about their perception of the socialism. This is very simply put, but there are really some more research to be done. But it's very surprised to see how consciously they avoid this idea that they have been thinking of the West of something positive in the past.
Mm-hmm. And it makes a nice bow actually to our keynote speech of Michal Buchowski, who also showed us very nicely how for this region of Central Eastern European countries, the East-West dichotomy that has its roots somewhere in the past, like in the past century, still is so important, and still we can, when you look back, we can interpret our memories or the past from this dichotomical perspective. I don't know how it's in Germany, Saskia, maybe if this is still the question of East and West, because Dresden is in the eastern part, it means so usually how it is connected with the local memory, let's say, or the public discourse there. That was the question.
Yeah. I think it's very connected. Even for my generation, although it's 30 years ago, so this kind of East and West identity, I think, does play a great role, especially today that we have in Germany this discussion about and kind of East German identity, kind of. So I think it's very recent discourse.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Actually, one remark in Otto's presentation, or I'm not sure whether it was exactly specifically in the presentation what it was written, that people were considering, or he was also focusing on what was for people still acceptable and what was outside the line. And this was connected to the perception on the possibility to interfere with the freedom of an individual. And this actually reminded me, or I came to it provoked me to think about today, actually, like how do people perceive these days the limits which are put on their everyday lives in terms of trying to limit the spread of COVID-19, and what we consider like reasonable limit, and what we consider that it is outside of the line. But that's other question. That's a much broader perspective on
about respecting the rules and trying to find the niches when we do not agree with what is imposed on us from
above, and what we consider reasonable or not reasonable.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. I'm afraid the time is up for our discussion, but we hope to meet you one day in person, not having these limitations of our existence.
yeah.
And we wish you luck in all your endeavors and your future projects. And thank you very much once more for your participation. And stay with us, please.
Yes.
Be
And
active.
pose the questions for
Thank
the
you.
next panels. And so now we will have a lunch break till 1:15, and then we will continue with the panel 8, I think.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much, all three of you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you
Take
very
care.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Hello, everybody. My name is Erzsébet Fanitot. I'm going to talk about the paradoxes of remembering, negotiations of the gender itself in the context of early socialism. My presentation will be centered on two topics, two big questions. First of all, how elderly women describe themselves and disclose personal agency while they reflect on the post-World War II years of deportations and early phases of socialism when the collective agency was lost. And how did the former deportees decide for silencing particular aspects of their past to hide the personal gains and to strengthen their social ties? A little bit of historical background before I go to this very topic. Well, when the Second World War was about to be finished in Czechoslovakia, President Edvard Beneš signed certain decrees which are now named after him, which claimed that the ethnic Hungarians and Germans living in Czechoslovakia were declared unreliable and their agricultural property could be confiscated. In this very year, they also lost their citizenship. In the summer of 1946, in southern Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, ethnic Hungarians were faced a really special phenomenon. They were offered to sign a special document in which if they signed that they were from then on Slovaks, they could escape the really severe consequences of these Beneš decrees. And as you can see from the numbers, the big proportion of the population was so frightened, actually 62% signed this Reslovakization document. Those who did not, the big majority of them, had to face severe consequences, and many of them were forcibly relocated to former Sudeten German territories within Czechoslovakia, and they were required to do labor for almost 2 years. It concerned over 9,000 families, and most of these families were there for almost 2 years. What made their fate to be changed was the system change in the country, because when the communists took over, most deportees could already return home, and by April 1949, most deportees could actually leave these Sudeten German territories. Afterwards, when they were back at home, their property was confiscated because of the new system, and of course they had to live with the consequences, and they had to narrate all these memories, having a certain master narrative put on the top of this deportation narrative. And this master narrative was provided by state socialism. What did I do in the framework of this research? I did 30 narrative interviews with former deportees in southern Slovakia, and I focused on the narratives of the South. I was interested how elderly people, more than 6 decades after the deportation, remember these traumatic events, and how their self is being displayed and narrated when the South was completely subordinated to the system. I was also interested in the dialectics of personal, social, and political. What I could see in these interviews, and especially in the female interviews, because women are the topic of my presentation today, are that women were completely drifting. They were invisible for the state because the state required men to sign those Reslovakization documents. And when they were deporting the families, it was also the family fathers, the men, receiving the notification from the state. If the women, especially the young women, were in unrecognized, unofficial relationships, meaning that they were dating someone or they were engaged but not yet married to another individual, the relationships were broken because they didn't have any power staying at home and being responsible for their fate further on. When they returned to their home settlements, they had to live and live their life according to the requirements of the new system of state socialism. And there was imposed silence for decades. Their memories, the fate in these post-World War II years was completely missing from school curricula and is still mostly invisible in the history books, especially the female memories. Also, women and the fate of women is completely missing from the public space. You don't see memorials commemorating the heroes of this era, and also their fate and their voices are missing from the literature. So forgetting was coming from top down, but it was also coming from bottom up. I will tell you later how and why. In the post 1989 years, trauma became a melting pot of ethnic Hungarian identity. And especially in the Central European region, where Hungarians live in various countries, in Romania, in the Ukraine, Slovakia, for example, trauma, the ethnic Hungarian trauma, became something which united this population under a big umbrella. And this trauma was also some kind of unifying, some kind of rather stereotypical trauma, and did not contain even drops of women's memories of these post-World War II years. When you listen to these women, you can immediately reveal that the self is in complete subordination. These women rarely talk about themselves, they talk about their communities. They rarely use the I or me perspective, but they rather talk about us, the family, us, people of a certain village, us, the ethnic Hungarians. And when they talk about their self, they're usually, and the action that they could or could not do, it's usually their mothers or all the female family members who kind of had an agency, but it was also subordinated to men. When it came to manifestation and coping with this subordination already in the Czech settlements, one could see that they were even referring to extreme cases of aggression, when it came to verbal aggression, when it came to even physical aggression. And how could they cope with this later on, and how could they translate? Well, they use humor, they use funny stories, saying that my mom was brave enough to take that broom and yell at the Czech farmer who wanted me to work, and my mom is the heroine of this story. They even use humor, saying that, well, in order to survive, in order to feed ourselves, we had to steal something, and he even thanked for us. He was even thankful that we were there and we were working for them. They also use projection. Whenever the state did something bad to them, they could not, the state didn't have the face. That's why they projected Czechness and the aggression of this Czechness to the local population, to the young Czech gentlemen who wanted to have relationship with them, and they usually rejected it. In cases they started these relationships, for example, they went to cinema or balls with these young Czech gentlemen, they could never tell their family members, especially the family members who stayed at home. And when they were required to return to their home settlements to southern Slovakia, silence was imposed. Those liberated female memories were something which could have ruined their chances of getting married back at home in the traditional society. So they were completely silenced later on. As you could see, the personal memories of gain, the personal memories of their liberation from sexual perspective, or their liberation from the perspective of being free to earn money, compared to the state that they had back at home, where they were required to be subordinated to their fathers. Well, these personal gains were completely marginalized and silenced, and this came from bottom up. And also the state during the socialist time was focusing on work, focusing on here and now, and focusing on the achievement that the community could do together. And this master narrative actually had a mark on the personal memories. And that's why the me was replaced by we. The me which had traumas, the me which had also positive memories, was replaced by we, us who worked, us who achieved something, even though I was a slave, I could build up my own house, for example. But the fragments of trauma, the fragments of the sexualized self, the fragments of the personal gain exist there exist there parallel to the socialist master narratives and create a really complex reality on personal level and also on social and ethnic Hungarian level. This presentation was about the marginalized and master narratives of these women, and I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope that I could give you a glimpse into this really complex topic. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present here the first results of our oral history project dedicated to the narrative reflection of compulsory military service in the Czech lands between 1968 and 2004. It means from the beginning of so-called normalization to the transformation of the army after Velvet Revolution in 1989 to the abolition of basic military service. The aim of the project is to describe the transformation and importance of compulsory military service in connection with the transition from communist to democratic regime in November 1989. I would like to start something about the project. The research is based on premise that the Institute of Basic Military Service represents one of the key instruments for those in power to discipline and indoctrinate citizens in order to uphold the status quo. Therefore, the primary research will concentrate on discursive transformations of legitimization and narrative strategies which were applied and their impact of several generations of Czech men, including the wide social culture meaning of compulsory military service. The project is grounded theoretically in culture model of military history and makes use of research methods of traditional military historiography, historical anthropology, and ethnology. And from oral history point of view, we were recording qualitative semi-structured interviews with 100 persons. In this paper, I will concentrate mainly on narrative analysis about the reflection of compulsory military service in the late socialist period in Czechoslovakia. The main attention is paid to interpretation of narratives in the context of anthropological concept rite of passage from Arnold van Gennep. And in this case, the 2-year basic military service is seen not only as a disciplinary instrument of socialist citizenship education, but above all as initiation ritual in temporary closed, exclusively male community and subculture with its own social order, which significantly differs from the rest of society. During the existence of basic military service, the public attitude was quite ambivalent. On the one hand, it represented a social form of deprivation. On the other hand, it was understood as evidence of masculinity. The memories of men who completed military service also show a similar contradiction. A characteristic feature of their memories is above all a high degree of retrospective leniency, and most men remember 1 or 2 years spent in the barracks and uniform mostly in good. The importance of military service is also evidenced by the diverse range of memoirs, films, and series, especially before 1989, in the public and media space. So that's why compulsory military service is a social phenomenon that for most witnesses is associated exclusively with the communist past, although it was abolished in 2004. And thus becomes an important element of the current nostalgic culture of remembrance in Czech society, I hope. In the individual retrospective evaluation, there are many factors that play important role. For example, psychological profile, place of service, type of army, including collective memory, social discourse or prestige of the army, reference frames, national and international political situation, and etc. Interviews with respondents who completed military service before 1989 had more extensive introductory parts, which can be attributed mainly to the length of their personal experience with this army, and it means also the more narrative episodes, but also the greater time lag from these experiences. So another characteristic feature identical for both generations of respondents from 1970s and 1980s is the vulgar language as evidence of masculinity. It is the dimension of gender initiation. It means the introduction of boys into the community of men that represents the dominant discourse of the narrative of the army. But there is no consensus among narrators about the success or failure of this transitional ritual. On the one hand, typically masculine collective values such as courage, honor, and friendship are hardly found in narratives. On the other hand, if military service is understood as benefit, then rather at the level of affirming individual masculinity. Now, I would like to say something about the narrative analysis, which is the most important for us. The narrative construction is influenced and shaped by different generational experiences, which are closely linked to different types of collective identities. While for the witnesses of the 1970s, dominates the representation of military service as a real manly duty. It means there is very important gender identity, which despite the occupation of Czechoslovakia by Warsaw Pact troops in 1968, has not lost its meaning. So it's mainly about homeland defense or citizenship education, and also about the strengthening national civic identities. But a decade later, military service in the context of gradually collapsing socialism in Czechoslovakia is perceived mainly as an involuntary prison, completely meaningless. It means that collective identity is emptied and service in the army is reflected only as a disciplinary process aimed at the total subjugation of the individual to the existing social order by the ruling regime. And because we have also data for the period after 1989, we can also affect the change in the perception of compulsory military service in the context of democratic republic. So in the 90s, in connection with the establishment of democratic state, the demilitarization of society and the Institute of Civil Service, military service found itself at an imaginary crossroads. For some men, it becomes a pragmatic choice for its shorter length. The second part, on the other hand, in connection with the renaissance of ideas about the national sovereignty instead of the previous subjugation of the Soviet dictatorship, considers war to be an interesting and adventurous experience that can strengthen their gender and collective national identity. After the year 2000, in the context of discussion about the abolition, the Institute is again perceived rather negatively as a necessity for those who failed to avoid pain, or it is still the domain of individuals with a positive attitude towards the army, who perceive military service as a patriotic duty, but also as a last chance to play on soldiers. Maybe something about the conclusions. However, a key element in the perception of the Institute of Military Service remains the mechanism of prioritizing collective identity over the individual. It means that the group is more important than the individual. The initial power discourse seems to paradoxically fail in these collective industrial ambitions because most witnesses construct a rather opposite discourse. In its context, military service before 1989 can be interpreted primarily as a means of strengthening personal, individual, masculine identity, the rite of passage that current young boys lack. But in a broader context, most of these claims can be understood primarily as a critic of the contemporary world. We can speak maybe about the last phase of postmodern society, whose main characteristic include liquidity in famous Zygmunt Bauman's concept, manifested by variable uncertainty, strong individualism, consumerism, and globalism. Through military service reflection, the interview does indirectly point the current social problems, the absence of order, absence of collective values, some ideals, absence of national pride, and also it is the most important argument for the re-establishment of this institute, we hope. It seems to be understanding from the interview of narrators. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me by email. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Hello everyone, my name is Biljana Volchevska and I'm from ICON, Utrecht University, and I will presenting gendered heritage in the material culture of post-socialist Skopje. So, in 1991, following the breakup of Yugoslavia, North Macedonia became an independent territory. Since gaining independence, the creation of a new national identity has become a hotly contested topic amongst the Macedonian political elite. The largest heritage project that has ever been launched in the country is known as Project Skopje 2014. Skopje 2014 was presented by the government at that time as a necessity that would offer the city new urban architectural aesthetics, restoring its authentic look, and in the words of the Prime Minister, being a good promotion of everything we have as a country. In the discussion that follows, I compare the imagery of womanhood created in the public space in two different historical contexts, Socialist Skopje and Skopje 2014. Specifically, I compare, this is just a glimpse of Skopje 2014 and installing of facades of on top of the old socialist buildings. So in the discussion that follow, I compare the imagery of womanhood created in the public space in two different historical contexts, Socialist Skopje and Skopje 2014. Specifically, I compare two memorial spaces, the transformation of Women Warrior Park in the center of Skopje, its socialist monuments, and the newly installed counter monuments, as well as the sculptures and fountain of Olympia that were recently installed in the center of the city. The main question that I wish to address is, how are gender roles represented and performed in the heritage practice of present-day Macedonia as opposed to Yugoslav times, and how does gendered heritage contribute to strengthening young nationalisms? I'll first start with Yugoslav monumental space and the representation of women. As modernism became the dominant doctrine amongst Yugoslav architects, the Yugoslav practice of creating commemorative space and memorials had to be re-examined. Modernism, being interested in the newness of the present, cared little for memorials. According to Mumford, modernism and monuments are mutually exclusive. Quote, a monument could not be a modern and a modern building could not be a monument, end of quote. However, the creation of commemorative spaces was not abandoned by Yugoslav artists and architects. Rather, new monumental art appeared that was open to experimentation with non-traditional memorial forms. The new modernist monumental art that emerged in Yugoslavia aimed to be integrated within the natural and cultural landscape while simultaneously providing the emotional space for remembrance. The partisan struggle remained one of the dominant themes of the memorial sites, where importantly, partisan women were commemorated on equal terms with partisan men. North Macedonia and Skopje were no exception to this Yugoslav modernist trend, and numerous memorial sites were created. A concrete Although modest, example in Skopje Central Park, entitled Park Women Warrior, which among others accommodates the monument dedicated to one of the first female Macedonian partisans, Nevena Georgieva Dunja. Park Woman Warrior is a socialist commemorative space. A monument to Dunja is placed in small Central Park Women Warrior. It consists of a small monumental fountain made of two irregular connected concrete shapes. The monument is abstract in form, and only the name, date of birth, and date of her death on the side of the fountain reminds the visitor of the monument's purpose. Nevena Georgieva Dunja died in a clash with the Bulgarian police and the local fascist supporters who were working for the Bulgarian police in the city of Veles on December 6, 1942. As are most of the monuments from the era of socialist Yugoslavia, the monument of Dunja is placed in a leisure space, in the case a park where everyday activities merge with more recent memories. Dunja's monument belongs to the socialist heritage of the Second World War, which includes approximately 12,000 monuments dedicated to those victims who fell in the former Yugoslavia. The representation of women as national heroes has been a relatively new practice of remembrance and was not very common prior to the formation of Yugoslavia. The symbolic entry of women into collective remembrance is linked to the women's emancipation strategy of the Communist Party, which already during the Second World War promised equal rights to women, seeing gender equality as an inevitable byproduct of the unfolding communist revolution. The symbolic non-traditional representation of women paralleled the politics of cultural and political emancipation of women that took place all over Yugoslavia. Yet the project of women's emancipation did not remain progressive, but rather was often disrupted by traditional political statements, and women never really reached political equality with men. However, the entrance of women into the collective memory by being presented in the public domain certainly opened the door to a more inclusive mode of thinking and created a cultural space in which new images of womanhood emerged, this time exceeding the traditional norms of seeing women as housewives, mothers, or inspirational goddesses. Now I will move to Dunja's anti-monument. Already in 1991, interest in Yugoslav heritage had declined, as had interest in modern architecture. Avant-garde commemorative spaces were abandoned and neglected. However, the direct rejection and confrontation with the socialist past really happened with the project Skopje 2014. With the remaking of the city, the socialist monuments have either been removed from public view altogether or directly confronted by the installation of larger monuments in their proximity. The worship and praise of new heroes has brought with it new celebrated images of womanhood. As the remaking of heritage landscape took place, a symbolic remaking of both men and women also occurred. Thus, as part of Skopje 2014 project, next to the monument of Nevena Georgieva Dunja, a new, much larger monument dedicated to the more distant past appeared and was dedicated to the male hero Pitu Guli, a member of the Macedonian revolutionary movement against the Ottomans from the late 19th century. The opposition that has been created is far from dialogical and is difficult to ignore. A small fountain monument to a female fighter in a park is now opposed by a romanticized hero from the past riding a horse represented 3 times larger than life size, a canonical image of heroism and power. Values of masculinity and territorialism are invoked when new monument is compared to that of Dunja. The newly installed monument is traditional, both in its didactic function and its, quote, figural representation and explicit textual or graphic reference to people, end of quote. However, the problem does not necessarily lie in the opposition created, since heritage represents a system of signs that can represent only specific features of certain cultures and certain past that necessarily stand in opposition to other representations. Rather, the problem lies in the fact that 26 new monuments of male historical personalities have been installed in the Park Woman Warrior. This massive monumentalization, which has left hardly any empty space in the park, not only fundamentally denies the park's name, but also refuses in any way to communicate with the smaller pre-existing monuments. The aggression here lies in their symbolic isolation and grandiose appearance, their domination, refusing to interact with the surrounding sites of the partisan past, thus acting as a special organizational force that recognizes only one fixed and stable memory and denies many others. In the case of Skopje 2014, Olympia, the mother of Alexander the Great, is one of the two women that has been given space in the megalomaniac monumental national project. Practically the whole central square is dedicated to the ancient family, where the central role is taken by the largest monument and fountain of Alexander the Great, followed by his father Philip II and his mother Olympia. The representation of women has shifted from producers and active political agents now to reproducers and mythologized characters. According to Susan Gall, quote, whether to treat women as producers or reproducers has been a perennial dilemma differently handled in different historical moments and systems. End of quote. The refusal to portray women as political actors, women fighters, etc. in Skopje 2014 reflects the symbolic dislocation of women from the public to the private sphere. By constructing women primarily as mothers in national discourse, they have been pushed to the sphere of nature, particularly emotion, love, and ties of blood, as opposed to the masculine realm of convention, civil equality and freedom, reason, consent, and contract. What makes such representations, quote, essentially non-democratic, end of quote, is the failure to recognize the multiplicity of relations an individual can have within a given society. Moreover, the role of a mother is not and should not be necessarily subordinate. Yet, in the current conception of male citizenship, the role of a mother is intimate, exclusive, and particular, and thus opposed to the concept of democratic citizenship, which is collective, inclusive, and generalized. This symbolic removal of women from the public realm goes hand in hand with their removal from policy making, institutions, public life, and positions of power. The comparison, just to conclude, the comparison between the heritage produced since Macedonian independence compared to that of the former Yugoslavia in many ways reflects the difference between the different symbolic systems and their reference to different ideological frames. The Yugoslav monumental belongs to the modernist project, in which the monumental, similar to other forms of architecture, becomes an utopian space free from historical burden. Conversely, the performance of the national myth of the young Macedonian nation is looking for an aesthetic and cultural heritage that will legitimize and give representation to the new power structure, or at the very least to the desired new power structure. These two different heritages also play a different political role. Thank you very much, and talk to you soon.
Hello back again. I hope you had a great lunch and a break, and then you are full of energy to listen to this really interesting presentations, all three of them. And we tried to connect the gender aspect in this case, as it was quite obvious. And then I would like to introduce our speakers. Erzsébet Fanny Todt is an anthropologist and sociologist and works as a faculty member of the Sigmund Freud University in Vienna. And for me, she represents the valuable connection of the so-called big numbers, like statistical data, as she has this expertise in this area, as well as the qualitative research, which is so necessary to understand the so-called big numbers. Then we heard the presentation of our colleague Jiří Hlaváček, who is a researcher at the Institute of Contemporary History of the Czech Academy of Sciences, and an assistant professor at the Faculty of Humanities of the Charles University and current president of the Czech Oral History Association. And his area of interest include military history, digital humanities, as well as methodological issues connected with the qualitative research. And then last but not least, Biljana Volčevská-Verbrugge is a PhD student at ICON, Institute for Cultural Inquiry at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, and focuses on the potential of memory narrations or narratives and heritage production in bringing social and political change in society, which is also an interdisciplinary approach, as far as I understood, more related to participatory research or maybe even to action research, like actually bringing or trying to understand the changes that are going on in society. And also you are also actively involved due to your NGO's activities, as far as I understood, which is also a really interesting connection and really necessary for nowadays societies. Okay, so this is the introduction, and I would like to, we have a question.
Yeah.
Two actually, perfect. And so we start, maybe Monica also has some questions, but we will first ask the Slido questions to all panelists. Oh, unfortunately, Jiří Hlavaček can't be with us. I don't know if you followed, he asked the audience to put the questions in email, if there are any. But to all panelists, Radka Svaříčková-Slaváková is asking to all panelists a sort of a summarizing question. Is the memory of communism different for women and for men? Are there any gender particularities of communism and its memory? Many thanks. So who would like to start? So I split it once more. One is if the memory of communism is different for men and for women. And the second one is if there are gender particularities of communism and its memory. So it's actually about a rather positivist way of actual of memories, and then of the positivist way of how it really was.
I can say a few words about, because in a way the question is related to my research related to the shaping of gender identities, in my case particularly through material culture at the time of Yugoslavia. And I haven't studied oral history, so I mostly work with material culture, so I can't really speak directly about memories. But what is certain, at least for me, is that there are, at least at the time of Yugoslavia, there were two periods. So in the beginning, there was this opening and kind of opening and breakthrough for the emancipation of women, and that was promoted as part of the socialist agenda. Women's voting rights, cultural, they called it in Yugoslavia cultural emancipation, which basically involved education of women primarily. So there was a really sudden and until then not really common open up for women and access to education, and women could educate themselves. But then that progress didn't really was limited to many extents. Firstly, because there was women could be educated, but mostly as teachers, healthcares. So there were type of professions that were called women's professions. And then at the second, I would say after the 70s, 80s, when really feminist movements started popping up in Yugoslavia, then feminists were clearly marked or etiquette as being a product of the capitalist, Western capitalist society. So there is no really black and white, and there are, of course, I think in that sense there was certainly an opening up for women, and many women did find that empowerment. But however, also it is clear that really never really matured to the end. And one more last thing, if I could say, part of those women organizations that were formed during the Yugoslavia, they also played a big role as the anti-war movement during the Yugoslav wars. So definitely some strong women movements were shaped during that time, and that definitely stays, but stays, and it is remembered as such. So that is a big influence even nowadays, the creation of that women's movement and emancipation that took place in Macedonia, in Yugoslavia at that time. But as I said, it never really progressed to some. So, yeah. I don't know if that answers to some extent the question.
Yeah, I think that this was a really, really nice explanation of the question. What I would like to add to this question is basically that if something happens to us, it's already gendered. So if an event happens to a man or a woman, they experience it differently. Also, what they perceive from that event is different because of their gender. And how they make sense of it and how they store it in their brain is also gendered. And the way they later reflect on it for themselves and they decide to narrate this is also gendered. So of course, there are differences in memories of men and women on many different levels. And I would compare it to an onion, like you peel the onion and it has many, many layers. And also memories of men and memories of women of the same events have many, many layers. And each layer is gendered. Because, yeah, just one additional comment that there are certain aspects of the deportations of the Second World War, of communism in general, which men are allowed to talk about, but women are never allowed to verbalize them. And we don't even have the vocabulary to talk about certain things. So when we are asked about it and shame is attached to these topics, of course, the memory that I will report to a person who comes to me and asks me will be rather different for me as a woman than for someone else who is a male person. So, yeah.
Okay, there's another one.
Thank you.
For Biljana. Which of the historically confronting narratives are still dominant within contemporary Macedonian society? And this question has a second part. How do they influence the wider public view on the contemporary femininity or masculinity?
The first part was how are historical narratives still
dominant within contemporary?
Which one? Like examples of historically confronting narratives. That means probably narratives with a conflict or with an ambiguous interpretation. So
probably
maybe when we understood the question wrong, we please the anonymous
to write back
and explain the question. Thank you.
Well, I'll try to answer it how I understand, but historical conflicting narratives are a big thing in Macedonia at the moment, and they happen on several levels. I could identify two main areas where those conflicts in terms of historical narratives happens. One is between nations. So at the moment, I don't know if you're familiar with, but Macedonia cannot access EU accession talks because of the Bulgarian putting veto exactly for historical disputes, which previously was with Greece. So those historical narratives are very central to actually everyday politics. It's not just something that is that needs to be just clarified in history books, but really shapes the future in the country in many ways. So it is that is one level. And if we talk about communist past in particular, that is something that is not really, there's a really big dispute. The dispute hasn't been even, I think, open yet in detail, but about the Second World War past in relation to Bulgaria and what in Macedonia has been studied for Bulgarian Nazi the Bulgarian fascists, there is a lot of memories, interpretations, multi-perspectivity that is not there, and there is a very strong nationalist narratives, I would say, from both sides, and that needs a lot of work and goodwill to be resolved. So that is one level with Greece has been resolved to some, I would say, with the changing of the name. But there is also another level, and that I think, especially with the project of Skopje 2014 that I was speaking, that is more on internal level. There is also conflicting narratives, because Macedonia is a multi-ethnic society. There are a lot of Albanians living here who in no way identify with the newly highly nationalized narrative that has been presented, for example, with Skopje 2014. So they feel very much excluded from what now in the public space appears as an official national narrative. Other identities as well felt excluded from that kind of, if we talk about the masculinization of the public space that happened with the Skopje 2014, where I would say out of 38 monuments that were installed in a very small space in the center of the city, only 2 were women, and one was Olympia, the mother Olympia, and the second was Mother Teresa. So there were 2 mothers in a way that were, and the rest was really just male figures, only warriors, mostly warriors with weapons and horses, and a very typical standardized kind of military history just embodied in stones. And yeah, so there is, I would say, on that level there is a lot of resistance going on, and here there is also room for discussion and dialogue in terms of how history should be presented, and historical narratives. And during the protests that actually ruined the government later, main target was exactly this this heritage, this newly produced heritage, where the people were throwing paint in them, where it's clear, and for me that is also a very interesting connection, how that basically the protest was about social change, was about corruption, about nepotism, but the symbolic of the whole protest was really linked with the with all this historic kind of bonanza that is happening in the center of the city, and those 2 things got connected, and that is very interesting, because people, many of them, didn't felt at home anymore in their own city, and this, yeah. So again, as I say, there's one internal conflict in terms of how history what kind of history, how much history also we would like to have around us, and the other one is really on solving international disputes, which are also quite few.
Thank you. I would like to ask Elizabeth about the situation, or how is the women memories of post-war deportations and then back return to Slovakia, how is present in families of these women today, like, I mean, in the intergenerational communication, and if there is, or we can follow their female line or mixed communication channels. How is your observation or knowledge about this?
Well, when I was interviewing these elderly women, at the end of the interview, many of them told me that you are the first person, the first young person I'm talking to about these things. If you were asking my own grandchildren, they wouldn't know about this. And I was always asking why. Why is it that there was no discourse in the family about this? And they said, we were happy that it was over. Mm-hmm. And we were so busy building up our houses. We were so busy. We had to take care of the children. We had to do this and that and that. And anyhow, these are old stories, and no one is interested in the old stories. So this was usually their explanation why past doesn't matter anymore, and why it was the here and now and then within the communist years that they had to live and they had to perform and achieve, and kind of bury those memories within themselves. So the second generation, which was already born in the 1960s or 50s, 60s, they had factual knowledge about the deportation, but in the schools, they mostly didn't learn anything about these years. So on both levels, it was missing. And then if you think about the third generation, they know even less. So their knowledge is usually influenced by contemporary politics, mostly right-wing politics, which misuse these memories. And the really troublesome aspect of this is that they have a cover story, which is pretty much filled with nationalistic symbols, but which doesn't have anything to do with the memories of their own family members. And if I take a look at the transgenerational perspective, like the psychological perspective, one can see that there is elevated level of stress, there is anxiety, there are addiction problems, there are different problems which you can also observe, for example, in the families of Holocaust survivors or of survivors of other major traumas. But it's not spoken about. And I think it's still such an interesting topic for both Slovak, Hungarian and Czech scientists to study from psychological perspective, or like from this multidisciplinary perspective, which is definitely worth spending time in.
Yeah. I agree with you. And I think that we can say that the silence in the public discourse, in the school system is also present as a silence in the families. But then it's very interesting that this issue of Beneš decrets, so-called, and the deportations was so many times on higher level of the politics, really like a great topic. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I think during these 2 days or 2.5 days, we encountered so many topics that would deserve more interest and more questions are opened than closed or answered.
Yeah, but this is also, I think, very important discovery for me and for us, that we have so many places where we can meet in joint project or joint discussions for in the future. And this was also one of the points of this online conference.
Yeah, just to get known to each
Yeah.
other. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, ladies. I'm afraid I have to cut it again, although my questions remained unanswered, so I will write you an email as well. And thank you so much for your time and for your presentations and for sharing the interesting points about your research, and wish you many luck and success in your future research
Stay
as
safe.
well.
Bye.
Stay with us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
And we have now a break till 14:15, so
Yep.
2:15, we see each other.
Hello, my name is Claudia Florentina Dobre. I'm a historian and a researcher at the Nicolae Iorga Institute of History in Bucharest, Romania. My today's presentation is entitled Distorted Images of Communism in Post-Communist Romania. And before starting to talk about this topic, let me share with you a poster. And my talk of today will be around the images you can see in this poster. So, after the fall of communism in Romania in December 1989, the power was taken by second-rank nomenclatura, the so-called neo-communists, who encouraged the oblivion of the communist past and also hindered any discussion about culpability, about guilt, about who is responsible for the communist repression, and they encouraged people to forget the past. And the communist symbols, the communist monuments were destroyed or reused and reinterpreted. For instance, as you can see in the first image, that is the monument dedicated to Lenin in Bucharest, and it was demolished in March 1990. While in the second image you can see the mausoleum, which was dedicated to the communist leaders, but which was also proposed to be demolished by neo-communists themselves. But the action and actually the juridical action of some NGOs, civic association, hindered the neo-communist government to destroy this monument. Nevertheless, they decided to reuse the mausoleum as a monument for the unknown soldier. Meanwhile, the anti-communists, those who fashion themselves as being anti-communists, they started to promote the memory of the communist repression, of the political persecution. They started to build the monuments all around the country, and you can see in the picture one of the monuments dedicated to the victims of communism near the Black Sea. But they were almost in every hotspot of the repression in Romania and also abroad. Not only monuments were dedicated to the victims of communism, but there were several memorial laws which were meant to promote their memory and also to compensate the suffering for those who survived communism and were still alive in 1990s. Anyhow, for the first decade, post-communist decade, the communist past was at stake in any political struggle, and it played an important role in legitimizing and delegitimizing people, figures, political parties, ideology, etc. So it played an important role in conquering the various fields of power, not only political power, but also economical, and so on and so forth. But things started to change in 2000 when a new generation of intellectual artists, politicians, etc. Started to be influential in the public space, and they started to promote a kind of reflexive nostalgia about communism. And this trend, memorial trend, which I called pink nostalgia, is better illustrated by these pictures from this project called Project 1990. There were 20 artistic installation, which were around or on the former pedestal of the monument of Lenin from the first picture. And of course, this artistic installation aimed to propose let's say, a discussion about the communist past, the communist heritage. The project was welcomed by, especially by artists and by intellectuals, still some controversy and debates in the public space in Romania, but only for a short period, because in 2014 the project ended as the neo-communist government decided to build on the very same spot a monument dedicated to the victims of communism and to the anti-communist resistance, a monument which was eventually placed on that spot in 2016, and it was called Wings. Of course, now it is just it is not so controversial as it was the project 1990, but it illustrates the paradigm, the dominant paradigm in the public space in Romania, which is now the anti-communism, especially after 2006, when the communist regime in Romania was declared as being illegal and criminal. Of course, it didn't change much in terms of culpability, assuming responsibility about guilt and responsibility, but nevertheless, this is the dominant paradigm. However, the majority of the population, the ordinary people, seems to have a different kind of approach to communism, as it can be inferred or implied from the periodic surveys concerning the communist regime in Romania. And around 50% of the population seems to appreciate communism. And also Nicolae Ceausescu, as you can see him in these graphics, which says that I'm coming back in 5 minutes. And of course, Ceausescu was also considered to be in the top 10 of the most important Romanians of all time in another survey made by the public television in Romania. So what I want to emphasize here is the fact that although we have a dominant paradigm, an anti-communist paradigm which dominates the public space, and while the official level, let's say communism, it's a kind of lieu de mémoire in the sense of Pierre Nora. For normal people, it seems that communism is still a milieu de mémoire, as people remember all parts of communism, their own experience, and they pass on this experience to the new generation, to those people who were born after the fall of communism, and who seems to appreciate this regime according to surveys which were made by researchers constantly in the last couple of years. But this is let's say, explained by the fact that the communicative memory is functioning quite well, and that is this type of memories which were transmitted by older generation to the new one. This is what I wanted to say for now. Thank you for watching me, and I'm waiting for your question. Thank you again.
Dear colleagues, I want to present my paper devoted to disputed Soviet legacy. I'm going to do it focusing on the case of Communist commemoration in Samara, which, I believe, is one of the most illustrative to this problematic field. In contemporary Russia, the situation with the legacy of local anti-Bolshevik powers is very complicated. The investigation of some cases may help in the understanding of peculiarities of memory construction and memory politics in the Russian region. In my case, I emphasize and analyze three problematic fields connected with the broad problem of the commemoration of the past in Russia. First of all, it's academic history. How did academics, not only professional historians, but a wide range of humanitarian scholars, react to the diversity of themes in the 1990s? What place in their studies do the Civil War and Komuch have now? Secondly, public history. The Civil War problems reflect in various blogs, fiction and non-fiction books and films, but who produced them and what kinds of narratives do these public historians create? Moreover, what do they borrow from the Soviet legacy? And the third, it's politics. When and why do politicians talk about the memory and legacy? What kind of language do they use describing the past? How is the legacy of the early Soviet period used now by the descendants of the Bolsheviks, and what differences between Soviet politic language of memory and language of leftists now we may see? First of all, I need to clarify the origins of the commemoration and briefly describe some main events that took place in Russia and Samara 100 years ago. After October uprising in the 1917 and Brest peace with Germany, new Soviet government agreed with deportation thousands of prisoners of wars which joined the Czechoslovak Legion. This big military unit must be transported from Russia to West Europe via Archangel in North Russia or via Vladivostok in the Far East. During the transportation of the obscure circumstances, the Soviet politics and historians emphasized conspiracy of Entente and the Legion against new Soviet state. Soldiers and officers of the Legion turned against the Bolsheviks and supported their local opponents. So, the mutiny of Czechoslovak Legion caused siege in Samara in June 1918 by legionaries and political opponents of the Bolsheviks. Samara became the provisional capital of Komuch, the Committee of Members of the Constituent Assembly. Komuch claimed to become all-Russian government, but it have almost no power in comparison with the Reds in Moscow and Whites in Siberia and Don region. Peasants and citizens in towns did not support Komuch and despised the Legion, declaring that this former post must not interfere in Russian political quarrels. Also, socialist revolutionaries and officers of the late Imperial Army did not like each other. The People Army of Komuch was very unstable and tended to desertion. Finally, Komuch was dissolved because of successful Bolshevik offensive and coup d'etat of Admiral Kolchak. All traces of Komuch in Samara were erased and changed to the Soviet memorials erected in 1920s and beyond. In the question of who is worth remembering, naturally, the priority was always given to the founding fathers of the Soviet state. Since the 1920s, Soviet governments and Communist Party regarded the commemoration process as an essential part of politics and ideology. According to ideological needs, they shaped a new sacred hierarchy of revolutionary heroes and martyrs. In other words, those people who were killed during the revolution and the civil war or died after. For example, when Valerian Kuybyshev, prominent Bolshevik who fought against Komuch, suddenly died in 1935, Samara was named in his honor immediately. Of course, heads of the USSR sorted heroes and changed them during the process of political purification in the 1920s and the 1930s. After the Second World War, this process was corrected because of partial de-Stalinization. Nevertheless, Soviet martyrs of the revolution were finally canonized in the 1960s and received their sacred images in different books, monuments, murals, plaques, tombstones, and films. The situation was changed in the late 1980s and the 1990s after the fall of the USSR and birth of the new states. New post-Soviet governments opposed the memory of Bolsheviks, even in Russia, where academics, politicians, and influencers were perplexed and seek new methods to explain the past and find new objects of the commemoration. So, in the new conditions, memory of the Civil War and its heroic narratives eroded and changed. How did it happen? What kind of memory did a new post-Soviet society produce? Academics tried to re-evaluate the Soviet legacy in the 1990s and find new schemes of explaining the past and the present. After the archival revolution and canceling former restrictions, historians discovered a new world in the past, some of them concerned with the history of anti-Bolshevik powers and asked about the legitimacy of the continuing commemoration of the Soviet past. Historians analyzed and compared Komuch, Cossacks of Don and Ural, armies of Kolchak, Denikin and Wrangel under the flag of restoring the truth. Komuch's renaissance commenced with changing the name of the city from Kuybyshev to Samara in 1991 because of the activity of the academics from the state university. In some point, Komuch became the symbol of the third way in the civil war in Russia. Some academics declared that Komuch's attempt to win was utopia and Samara government was doomed from the beginning. In the beginning of our century, revisionists strengthened their position and actively told about Komuch as a viable version of Russian socialism. The problem of the commemoration of the Legion and Les Komuch now daves academics and made them debate on the fate of anti-Bolsheviks and Bolsheviks' legacy in Russia and Samara. Some historians now do not talk about the Legion and Komuch in Marxist-Leninist terms, imperialist, servants of the world, bourgeoisie, etc., but accuse them in pillage and betrayal of Komuch and Admiral Kolchak. After such accusations, some people ask if Komuch and the Legion deserve the commemoration in Russia, or Russian people need to treat them like invaders comparable with German Nazis. The situation in public history is very close to it. Public historians, as a rule, do not study history in university and may be designated as mere enthusiasts. They had popularity among masses because of their simple languages of texts and comprehensible way of explaining all the past events. Some of them are leftists and others have right-wing or nationalistic feelings. Unfortunately, many public historians, bloggers, filmmakers, journalists very often in their rhetoric compare Komuch and the Legion with Nazis or NATO or every power that's outside Russia that seems hostile to them. In that case, they mutilate the Soviet ideological language because they take out the ideology that brings the sense and use only expressions of hate. And now, two topuses of Russian memory of the 20th century, the Civil War and the Second World War, suddenly converging. Furthermore, to the categories of violence and occupation is added another one, untruth or injustice. Memorial discourse takes on a moral and ethical dimension, and discussions about the need for legionary monuments turn into discussion about fair treatment of the memory of Soviet soldiers in parts of the former Eastern Bloc and former republics of the USSR. Initiatives related to the commemoration of Komuch and the Legion become factors in the short political struggle between regional politicians. However, no full-fledged historical and memorial discourse has been formed to replace the official Soviet discourse. The high Russian politicians do not seem to do not seem to be interested in supporting projects related to the Komuch or the Legion. So the regional administration has tried to use the issue of the burial of the legionaries for some bonuses in the form of international contacts, but having encountered resistance from the part of regional political activists, has frozen all activities on these issues. Paradoxically, the memory of the Komuch and the Legion was in demand in a different, patriotic way. Criticism of commemorative practices is full of the rhetoric associated with the Second World War. The latter is a favorite historical period of the current Russian leadership since it became the ideological glue that secured Russian society. The use of the high ideologized language of the Second World War in describing the Civil War, for example, legionaries are fascist, indicates rather an expansion of the borders of memory of the conflict of 1939-1945. On the other hand, it helps to actualize the events of the century ago, which are already thoroughly forgotten and practically not reflected in everyday life through the names of city, places, and monuments. On the other hand, addressing the memory of Komuch and Legion using the terms of the Second World War leads to the unambiguous demonization of the anti-Bolshevik forces. It consolidates the political split of the Soviet era into we and they, leaving little chance for the formation of a new memory of political compromise and reconciliation.
My name is Cornelia Koinchal. I work with the LMU Munich, and I'm happy to be part of the conference, Memory of the Communist Past. The title of my talk is Legal Governance of Collective Memory, the Case of Decommunization in Post-1989 Poland. Focusing on memory laws that the Polish parliament adopted in order to decommunize the public space, I'll have a closer look at political discourses and legal practices revolving around the concepts of communist crime and propagation of communism. By juxtaposing national, regional, and local approaches to decommunization, I'll address the more general issue of how efficient the legal governance of collective memory can actually be. But let me first explain what memory laws actually are. There is no doubt that memory laws are a powerful instrument of the politics of memory. There is, however, little consensus about the definition of a memory law. There is, for instance, a widespread tendency among legal scholars and historians to consider any legal regulation aimed at the past as an example of a memory law. I prefer the more precise understanding of memory laws as legal acts whose aim is to impose a concrete interpretation of history in the public space by incentivizing or criminalizing certain statements about the past. In other words, by imposing a concrete interpretation of the past, memory laws are an attempt at establishing a legal governance of collective memory. This means that my talk relates neither to commemorative resolutions, because unlike the laws, they are not binding, nor to the illustration law adopted in Poland in 2006, or the so-called Dezubekization laws that the Polish parliament has passed in 2009 and 2016, because they concern individuals and not the interpretation of history in the strict sense of the term. The decommunization of the public space in Poland has relied upon two memory laws. In 1998, the Polish parliament adopted a law penalizing the denial of communist crimes, and this is, by the way, the first Polish memory law ever adopted. And in 2016, the Polish parliament has adopted a law prohibiting the propagation of communism. In what follows, I'll have a closer look at the major features of these two laws and the effects that these two laws have produced so far. What I'm interested in is the question of to what extent collective memory can be governed via legislation. By the way, you find the quotations and names that I'll mention in my talk in the extended abstract that is accessible on the website of this conference. When considering the law from 1998, 2 points are striking. First, there is a structural similarity between the denial of the communist crimes and the denial of the Holocaust, which has been introduced by the same law. Both denials are penalized with exactly the same sanctions. So there's fines or imprisonment for up to 3 years. In Western Europe, an attempt to treat the denial of communist crimes in the same manner as the denial of the Holocaust would amount to questioning the singularity of the Holocaust. Strikingly, the risk that the Holocaust may be degraded was not even mentioned during parliamentary and public debates revolving in Poland around the law adopted in 1998. Second, the very notion of communist crimes requires a close examination as it's new to the Polish legal system. Introduced by the law from 1998, the concept of communist crime replaced the notion of Stalinist crimes, which enjoyed white currency in Polish up to that point. Yet its definition is strikingly vague. According to Article 2, communist crimes are acts perpetrated by functionaries of the communist state between the 17th of September 1939 and the end of December 1989, consisting in, I quote, repressions or other violations of the human rights, end of quote. The functionary of the communist state, in turn, is defined by the law as, I quote, a public functionary as well as any person subject to protection equivalent to that of a public functionary, especially a state functionary, a person serving a leadership function and a statutory body of the communist parties, end of quote. References to the 17th of September 1939, that is the date of the Soviet invasion on Poland, and the word Communist Party put in plural, leave no doubt that this definition of communist crimes includes acts perpetrated not only by members of the Polish United Workers' Party, but also of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, there is no relevant judicial statistics, so that it's hard to tell if anyone in Poland was charged with the denial of the communist crimes. There was, however, no example of such a person that would be known in the public debate. However, the progress of court cases concerning numerous key events in contemporary Polish history that are popularly considered to be communist crimes, such as the Katyn massacre, Operation Vistula, or the pacification of the Wujek coal mine, show how difficult it is to determine of whether a given act was a communist crime, rather than, say, an act of genocide, of raison d'etat, or a simple accident. And if it is so difficult to determine whether a historical event was a communist crime or not, the chances that anyone is convicted for the denial of communist crimes seem very slim. It seems, therefore, that the effects of the law adopted in 1998 were symbolic rather than practical. The imprecision exhibited by the Polish legislative in 1998 contrasts with the remarkably specific definition of communism introduced by the law from 2016. According to this legal act, I quote, names of buildings, objects, and devices of public use, including roads, streets, bridges, and squares, assigned by the agencies of local government, are not allowed to commemorate persons, organizations, events, or dates symbolizing communism or any other totalitarian system, end of quote. Now, the question is how to decide which names, events, and days symbolize communism and which don't. In 2016, the Polish legislative decided to be extremely precise about this point by charging the Institute of National Remembrance with a task to work out a catalogue of such names, of names propagating the communism. Established in 1998 in order to pursue archival, investigative, research, and educational work related to Poland's wartime and post-war history, the Institute of National Remembrance started its activities in mid-2000, and given its financial and human resources, quickly became the most powerful broker of history in Poland. Whom do we find on the list of names established by the Institute? The list includes not only names of local communist activists, but also that of Karl Marx, as well as such figures as, for example, Edward Gierek, the still fairly popular first secretary of the Polish United Workers' Party during the 1970s, Brona Jasiński, a pioneer of Polish futurism, executed in Moscow in 1938, or the world-renowned Polish economist Oskar Lange. The list compiled by the IPN also includes the names of numerous military formations, such as the so-called Dąbrowski Men, that is Polish volunteers fighting for the International Brigade in Spain in the 1930s, as well as historical events such as the Battle of Stalingrad. However, the zeal of the Institute to define communism didn't stop here. The Institute also devised 3 other lists of street names, including those falsely interpreted under communism, ambiguous names, and controversial names. Though local governments were allowed freedom of choice whether names of controversial nature would be retained or changed, those that the Institute deemed to propagate communism had to be removed. Failure to comply with the law and due time would result in an intervention by the voivode, that is, the state's representative on the regional level, even against the will of the local inhabitants. This radical decision of the Polish parliament to curtail the prerogatives of the local authorities reflected the inefficiency of the less invasive methods of finalizing the decommunization of the public space. The previous attempts made by the Institute to convince the authorities on numerous townships to change street names associated with communism had failed to yield expected results. But let's come back to 2016. As it soon turned out, the interventions of the voivodes, often reflective of the conflicts between the ruling party and the opposition, led not only to a series of public protests, but also to cases being brought to administrative courts by the local governments. But drew a particular ire were decisions by the voivodes to replace the names that propagated communism, according to the Institute, with that of the former Polish state president, Lech Kaczyński, victim of the tragic plane crash at Smolensk in 2010. In many places across the country, the local authorities and populations resisted these decisions, and sometimes they did so in truly creative ways. In response, the parliament amended the law to make any protest against the decision of the voivode ineffectual. Yet the progress of court cases that had begun before the amendments were in place show how the clear-cut definition of communism proposed by the Institute find favor only with some of the judges. Thus, contrary to the intentions of the legislator, the attempt to push through a top-down scheme for finalizing the process of decommunization led to regional disparities in the understanding of communism. Now, what do we learn from these developments? In 2 sentences. We learn from these developments that language is of critical importance in the legal governance of memory, and that both too less and too much of precision can be mnemonically counterproductive. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, dear presenters. I am glad to see you. We hear your presentations, and I would like to introduce you to our auditory. So I start with Claudia Florentina Dobre. She is the director of the Center for Memory and Identity Studies and of Memoscapes, Romanian Journal of Memory and Identity Studies, and researcher is in Nicolae Iorga Institute of History, Bucharest. She conducted research on the memory of communism, on museums, memorials and monuments, and everyday life in Romania during communism. The second presenter was Jaroslav Golubinov. He is the senior researcher at the Institute of History and Archaeology, Ural branch of Russian Academy of Sciences, Yekaterinburg. His papers and book chapters are devoted to the problems of the economics, social and cultural life of Europe and Russia during the Great War, as well as issues of its commemorations today. And last but not least, Cornelia Conchal. She is a postdoctoral researcher at the Faculty of History and Arts at Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich. Her research interests include the social history of property and cultural heritage in the post-1945 Europe, the transnational history and social sciences and humanities, and the politics of memory and memory activism in Poland. So,
thank you for being with us. When I might ask our dear audience to post their questions via Slido, and as well you, dear presenters, if you would like to ask each other something, then please feel free to do that without posting anything, just ask the question simply. And we could start actually with the questions. We have the first one for Claudia. I have to say, Claudia Florentina, you have a really nice name because dobre means in Slovak good. That means when we hear your name, we feel really comfortable. Okay.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. And yes, I know about my name. It means good actually in all Slavic languages. Also for Bulgarians, for the Czech, etc. I do not have any Slavic ancestors. I mean, not in what I know, but I do have a nice name indeed.
Okay, so the first question for you comes from Radka Svažičková Slabáková, and it's about. Actually, no, it's for all others.
Yeah, it's for
Claudia and all others too. Who decides what is distorted image of socialism and what is not? According to what do we decide about this distortion? And she posted that it's rather an epistemological question. So who is in charge? Actually, there's a nice bow back again to the lecture, to the introductory lecture, the keynote speech we had this morning. So do you see any connections about who is the decision maker, who has the power?
Well, okay, let me just start. Actually, as I also said, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't hear myself very well. I will have to. Yes, I think it's a little bit better for me like this. So as I said in my presentation, there are several levels of memory of communism. And when I'm talking about distorted images of communism, I'm thinking, for instance, of this interplay between public memories and individual and collective memories, and sometimes there are quite big differences, because at the public level there are attempts to impose a certain image, a certain memory about communism, yes, through commemorative laws, compensatory laws, etc., monuments. But at other levels, like collective levels or even individual levels, there are different approaches to communism. Of course, my presentation was very short, and I just make a short discussion about all these topics. But I think it's really quite a big discussion about this topic. I'm going to let the others to add something, and then maybe we'll discuss a little bit later.
Okay, so please, who will continue? Cornelia?
I can continue focusing on the case of Poland. The answer is very clear. There are 4 memory laws in Poland, and in the last 30 years, 4 memory laws have been adopted, and 3 of them relate to the history of communism and to the way in which communism should be perceived. And according to the law, there is one institution responsible for deciding of what's possible and what's not in a public space. And this one institution is the Institute of National Remembrance. So the institute that was also a kind of inspiration for many other countries in the region, created in the late 90s and working since the beginning of the 2000s, has a lot of power at the moment of Poland, and it's not an exaggeration to say that the Institute of National Remembrance is the most powerful broker of history in contemporary Poland. And according to the law, it is the institute that decides of what's possible and what's not. Also in relation to the history and memory of communism. But when we look at what really happens to, for instance, individual street names or to individual monuments across the country, then the situations become slightly more complex, because it turns out that the power of the institute is not unlimited. And this is something that I'll expand on in my paper that will follow this conference.
And Yaroslav, according to your presentation?
As far as I understand, you ask about decision maker in memory politics, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, about decision in memory politics in Russia is very complex because we have, for example, the state and the officials like President Putin and his government, which decided to build very interesting system of memory based on the memory of the Great Patriotic War or the Second World War, and all other memories are tied with the memory of the First or the Second World War, or the great with the memory of the Great Patriotic War. And my case, the commemoration of Komuch in Samara and commemoration of Czechoslovak Legion in Russia is complex because it's they memory may not be used, the memory is not used in that way. Mm-hmm. It's hard to perplex with the memory of the Second World War. And because of that, this memory may be constructed by other decision maker, by the society and some individuals like journalists or maybe writers or maybe historian. And because of that, we can watch the small memory battle on this question. Yeah. So I think that the main decision maker in Russia about memory politics is, of course, the state. And second is state-controlled or very near to them society, public bodies like Russian Military Historian Society or maybe Russian Historical Society. And the third component is, of course, the individuals.
They decide. Maybe we could continue now with the question for
Claudia
again. Yeah. Could you please, it's anonymous, but could you please, maybe it's interesting for more of the members of the audience, could you please expand on the concept of pink nostalgia?
Yes, this is a concept I use in order to talk about reflexive nostalgia, if I will take the term of Svetlana Boym, which in Romania it is very interesting because it started around 2010 with the new generation of intellectuals, actors, but also politicians, we can say. And they promote this kind of nostalgia, reflexive nostalgia about communism. And I think it's also very much like a response to the official paradigm about communism, which was anti-communist. Yes, because in 2006, maybe you know, in Romania, communism was condemned officially as illegitimate and criminal. And therefore, from that moment on, actually, anti-communist became the dominant paradigm in the public space. And in a way, a lot of people, and especially young generation of the 80s, felt a little bit that this memory is not their memory, and they have a different approach to communist experiences, especially that they were very young. I mean, they didn't know the repression, all this political persecution, which was very strong in the 50s, for instance, even at the beginning of the 80s, but not at the end of this of the communists. And it has several aspects, actually. Of course, books. There are several books written by writers and poets and so on. Memory books, but also fictional. But what is also important, there are two aspects I tried to talk about a little bit during my presentation. First of all, it was the movies, some fictional movies made. I don't know if you know the name Mungiu, the director. Mungiu, who is actually quite well known because he won the Cannes Prize for another movie. But he made a movie called Tales from the Golden Age. Golden Age being the age of Ceausescu, especially in the 80s. And it's also a little bit nostalgic, but very funny, it is, let's say, questioning of what happened, of what we experienced during communism, but in a very comic way. And there is also this project called Project 1990, which meant 20 artistic installations which were placed on the Lenin pedestal in Bucharest. And they are addressing the heritage of communism, but also all these memories about communism in a very, let's say, a little bit critique, but also in a funny way. I mean, it was really interesting even to see this artistic installation, which were meant to criticize communism, but also to to call the attention of the people about how we represent communism, how we discuss about communism in the public space. Because in a way, as I said, as communism was condemned, in a way, people didn't feel like talking anymore. It was considered bad, criminal. Therefore, there was no interest in discussing anymore. And this project was meant to bring to the fore this topic again. I mean, how we see communism, how we represent communism, what is the communist legacy today, and so on and so forth.
Okay, we have two more questions on the Slido app. And one is from Sonja Ďarfa-Žluterová, and she's obviously having a regional differences day today because she asks Cornelia, you wrote in your abstract or presentation that the attempt to push through scheme for finalizing the process of decommunization thus led to regional disparities in understanding of communism. Could you be more specific about these regional differences, please?
Yeah, I'm afraid I need more time to explain it in detail, but the general constellation was that the Institute of National Remembrance was given a lot of power in deciding of what communism is and what the propagation of communism means. But before the power of the Institute became unlimited, there was a period of time in which local authorities could bring cases to administrative courts. And the result was that before the original law was amended, some cases were brought for the courts, and some judges across the country decided in a way that was not compatible with the politics of memory pursued by the Institute of National Remembrance. And just to give you one powerful example, the 22nd of July, 1944, was one of the most important dates in people's Poland. That was the birth date, the birth hour, so to say, of the country, when the manifesto of the first communist government was proclaimed. And some local authorities, where streets having this date in their names, decided to pass resolutions explaining that this date, the 22nd of July, does not relate to this manifesto, but to all the historical dates. Some of them were really creatively invented. I mean, they were real, but associated with this date in a very original and creative way. For instance, a local community somewhere in Poland wanted to convince the Institute that the 22nd of July relates not to the manifesto of the first communist government, but to a day in 2017, I guess, when Francis Pope introduced a new religious feast. And this is just one of many such local examples. And when you have a closer look at this, it turns out that many streets having the name of the 22nd of July had to be removed because they were clearly communist. But some communes decided and managed to create this kind of very imaginative and ingenious interpretations. And these interpretations were accepted by the courts.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to ask Jaroslav. You spoke about the memory of Komuch and Czechoslovak legions, and in this context, you mentioned or you spoke about the academic history, public history, and politics. And my question is, what are the sources of these three, point of views or perspectives which interpret this historical event or period? The sources.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Yes, I have some kinds of sources. First of all, I use and read the books and articles of local and historians from the central institutions, and I can see that point of view of historians in the communist time, in the communist era before 1991, and after that, the point of view was changed, of course. After 1991, historians, local and central, in their article and books began to describe this event in another way, more freely. They began to use new sources from archives that were previously closed, and now these archives were opened. And for example, myself, I read the papers in Samara regional archives, the papers with the stamp on it, secret, and do not read. And so the field for the expression of point of view for historian is, of course, the books and articles. Politics. I think the main sources for the point of view of politicians are, of course, the interviews in various newspapers and magazines, and of course the speeches, and the documents that were shaped, were written by some of them, documents, official documents, which were devoted to the memory politics. So these are the two kinds of sources for politicians: official documentation and papers from various newspapers and journals. And the third group is public historian. Public historian, yes, it's a very complicated group because because public historians are very different, and we have journalists, bloggers, not journalists, but people who write in the internet blog, and we have in this group people who make reenactment, reconstructors, historical reconstructors. Also teachers in school, and maybe yes, teachers in school. They are not scholars. They don't write the articles and the books, but they teach, and they have sometimes very specific point of view about these events. And also I can mention such public historian as artists, filmmakers, and many other peoples who they field of works sometimes entwined between the field I described. So this is and of course for which of them I use different sources.
Yeah.
Bloggers is of course blogs, filmmakers it's films and maybe video clips, and sometimes filmmakers and bloggers maybe the same vlog. They shot for YouTube channel and so on. And there is also such specific group between maybe academic historian and public historian, like local historian or краеведы, maybe the people who know, who learn the history of their own region, краеведы.
Yeah,
And
it's like Heimatkundler
yes,
in
yes,
German.
yeah. Вот. Краеведение, local studies in Russian tradition is more broad than history itself. They also learn biology, zoology, geography of local region, of the native region, and so on. But in this case, I use the papers, books of local historians, and interesting that they could write more freely than academic historians, because local historians, they are not professionals. They sometimes they don't have a university degree, or maybe even they even never study in university, but they like and eager for the local history and try to research it, to analyze it, and they are, but they not bound by limit of academic history, ethics, and maybe they wrote in very, they write in very expressive way of, and so on. And this group is and this group influenced others, because journalists sometimes prefer to talk with local historians than academic historians, because the academic historians are they are talk in very snobbish way, because they don't, yes, because they don't want to research some specific topics, and because they are not important for them, for their books. But local historians try to research the fate of individuals, the fate of houses, the fate of maybe military unit, like a company or battalion and so on. And this is very interesting for the journalist and for other public historian, and they try to borrow from the local historians, and because of that, point of view of local historian is sometimes more important than the point of view of academic historians. And I think that in the case of Komuch and Czechoslovak Legion, the main influencer is the local historian. The main influences are local historian. They they shaped the, I think, public opinion about these events. And sometimes public begin to think about it in terms that local historians give to them.
Yes, yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. Just to sum up that
Thank
the
you.
academics do not tend to give simple answers to complicated questions.
Yes.
So that's the problem.
Yes.
And we have to wrap up now with the last questions. A question for Claudia. I beg you for a short answer now, because we are really our time limit is up. But still, Slavka Otinašová was asking, what has been the reaction of historians in Romania to memorial and compensatory law you mentioned in your presentations?
The historians?
Yeah, what was the reaction of the historians in Romania?
Actually, in Romania, there is not such an institute like in Poland. So there is no one central institution which will decide about how we write about communism. And not even the academia, I mean, like our colleague told about Russia. But in Romania, there are a lot of researchers and professors studying also local history, I mean, and oral history, or very specific groups. So it's not a problem. It's, there are various topics to research. So it's not very controlled by the state or something like that. Therefore, there were, of course, not so much historians, but a lot of intellectuals who supported these laws. But of course, there are also historians who write history of communism in a very communist perspective, let's say. I mean, they still I can say national communist perspective, because it's the perspective of the late 80s during Ceausescu, which is a very nationalist type of history. Which is very much close to the toward a fascist approach of history, not so much communist. And because, for instance, there is this topic about the Holocaust, and they ignore the topic, which of course is very important. Now Romania acknowledged the Holocaust, the involvement in the Holocaust, but of course during communism, and especially late communism, we didn't talk about, we didn't even know about this topic. So actually, historians were not so much asked, especially except for those who were involved in this report about communism, which was made, and based on this, the communism was condemned in Romania in 2006. But I cannot say that it was important. I mean, that the historian played an important role. Not really. Actually, it was mostly the politicians who decided about this.
Monica, I'm afraid you have to save your questions and send an email as well.
I will send the question by email, and now I only want to say thank you, Claudia, thank you, Cornelia and Jaroslav, for wonderful discussion and presentations. Our second day is at the end. Second day of conference is at the end. Thank you for all who were watching us. Please stay with us also tomorrow. We will start at 9 a.m. and we are looking forward to have you online. Good night.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.